Chapter 980. The edge of treasured sword is Hon Chi-ji knew that if Zhuowen was promoted to the outer court by the dean, the title of newcomer king would definitely fall on Zhuowen. After all, even Yuan Zhao, who was the most talented and powerful among the new students, didn't receive such treatment from the dean. Even if Yuan Zhao became the newcomer king, he wouldn't live up to his name. At that time, the bet between him and Cheng Dong would be useless. Cheng Dong frowned and stared coldly at Chi-ji. How could he not know what Chi-ji was thinking? He snorted and said, "Chi-ji, perhaps you still don't understand. Zhuowen is the first person in history to pass through the Heavenly Metal Man cave with a cultivation of the sovereign realm. Such talent is enough to be promoted to the outer court by the dean. Even the title of newcomer king belongs to Zhuowen. After all, he's only 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the sovereign realm. If he's also at the heavenly venerable realm, he'll definitely crush all the new students." Chi-ji's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, "Cheng Dong, don't forget the rules of our Fine God Academy's enrollment. If the dean sets this precedent, what will the other new students think?" The dean's smile faded as he glanced at Chi-ji and said, "Do I need you to advise me on something I've decided? Or are you the outer court's dean?" Chi-ji's expression changed slightly as he quickly cupped his hands and said, "I wouldn't dare. Chi-ji definitely doesn't have such thoughts." The dean grunted coldly, and then his gaze returned to Zhuowen as he said with a grin, "Zhuowen, what do you think of my suggestion? With your talent, it's inevitable for you to enter the outer court. There's no need for another test." Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness, Dean. Zhuowen is extremely grateful. However, I can't accept a direct promotion." Whoosh! An uproar spread throughout the square as everyone stared at Zhuowen, as if they were looking at an idiot. This kid must be joking. The dean had personally invited him to enter the outer court, but this kid actually rejected it. Was his brain fried? The dean was taken aback and asked in astonishment, "Since you're refusing, there must be a reason, right?" Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end. He asked in return, "I would like to ask Dean, how can a treasured sword become sharp?" "Naturally, it needs to go through repeated polishing and forging before it can become a sharp treasured sword." The dean nodded and said without hesitation, "The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The path of a martial artist is a path that is accompanied by countless difficulties, life and death, and danger. Since you have stepped onto this path, then there should be no luck or shortcuts to take. I'm very happy to receive the dean's recognition. Furthermore, I don't need to take the test to enter the outer yard. That's a pleasant surprise, but this will only stimulate the laziness and ease in my heart, and will not do any good to my martial arts." At this point, Zhuowen slowly straightened his back as a powerful confidence burst out from his body. At this moment, although Zhuowen's cultivation was not high, his confidence in himself and his unyielding willpower deeply infected everyone. There were even many people who felt ashamed of their inferiority in their hearts. Previously, they had all yearned for Zhuowen's opportunity to directly enter the outer yard, but Zhuowen did not agree to it and instead rejected it. This was because the youth standing in front of the dean had a true desire to pursue martial arts in his heart. Therefore, he treated all obstacles and difficulties as a kind of experience and tempering. How many people could have such a state of mind? The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The dean muttered the poem that Zhuowen had just recited. His eyes were filled with a dense light. This young man's state of mind was truly extraordinary. No wonder he was able to pass through the heavenly Exalted Metal Man cave as a mere supreme being. "Ha! Zhuowen, your state of mind is very good. This is the state of mind a cultivator should have. Unyielding, and unflinching in the face of life and death. A cultivator should have this kind of determination and willpower to face difficulties and go against the current." Zhuowen's rejection did not cause the dean to be unhappy. Instead, he laughed heartily and praised Zhuowen. "Junior Zhuowen's state of mind is indeed good. Your future is definitely limitless. Chi-Ji said with excitement in his eyes. Previously, he had been worried that Zhuan would agree, so he had gritted his teeth and refuted the dean. Now, Zhuan had taken the initiative to reject the dean. This meant that the title of newcomer king was clear enough. Zhuan's potential was indeed terrifying, but after all, he was only in the sovereign realm. On the other hand, Yuan Zhao's strength had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm, so Qi-Ji knew that Zhuan's future achievements would definitely not be weak. However, this time, the title of newcomer king would definitely be Yuan Zhao. At that time, Chengdong's 9-twist rejuvenating pill would be his. Chengdong frowned slightly. He also did not expect that Zhuan would actually reject the dean's invitation. Although he wanted to persuade Zhuan, after listening to Zhuan's words, Chengdong also knew that Zhuan had made up his mind to reject the dean's invitation. Looks like we'll have to bleed a lot this time. Chengdong sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Zhuan's talent and potential were strong, but in the end, his cultivation was too weak. If Zhuan was given a few years, he would definitely surpass Yuan Zhao. However, if he were to face Yuan Zhao now, it would probably be very difficult. This time, the title of newcomer king would definitely belong to Qi-Ji. However, Chengdong did not regret it, especially after listening to Zhuan's words. Chengdong had also thought it through. The path of martial arts was originally filled with trials and tribulations. Although he had lost the 9-twist rejuvenating pill, he could exchange it again in the future. He would just treat this as a form of training for himself. Since Zhuan refused to enter the outer court directly, the dean naturally did not force him. Instead, he said loudly, "The second stage of the test is over. We can now begin the third stage of the test." As soon as the dean said this, everyone in the valley revealed excited expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to pass the first 2 stages of the test. Now, they had finally reached the most crucial stage. The results of the third stage of the test would directly determine whether they stayed or left. It was also related to their future path of martial arts. Brother Zhua, the dean personally invited you to enter the outer court directly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You actually refused. What a pity. Zhuan returned to the side of the Jia, Nan's siblings. Mo Lingtian, who was standing behind him, said somewhat resentfully, "Brother Mo, everyone's choice is different. In my opinion, only by fighting for what I want can I better prove myself. Otherwise, it will only become an obstacle on my path of martial arts." Zhuan shook his head. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian's gaze was complicated. However, he also knew that Zhuan had already made up his mind. Moreover, he had already rejected it. Therefore, there was no point in him saying anything more. He only felt that it was a pity. The third stage of the test is about to begin. Let's see what the third stage of the test is about. Zhuan's gaze landed on the dean. His eyes were bright. He knew that the third stage of the test would be personally presided over by the dean. I'm afraid it won't be simple. The second stage of the test has already eliminated so many people. The third stage of the test will only be more brutal. Mo Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhuan nodded. More than 20,000 people had already been eliminated in the Iron Man Cave test. Therefore, the third stage of the test would definitely be more terrifying than the Iron Man Cave test. However, after going through the first 2 stages of the test, the remaining 7,000 warriors were considered the elites among the 30,000 people. Their combat power was extraordinary. At this moment, the dean stepped into the void. With a stomp of his right foot, a terrifying yuan power condensed and turned into a huge bare foot. This huge bare foot stomped fiercely in the middle of the valley. Suddenly, the entire valley shook violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. "Rise!" The dean's dignified voice spread out. Then, everyone's pupils shrank as they realized that the entire valley had cracked open. Then, from the cracked valley, stone ramparts that towered into the sky surged out. Each rampart was tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire valley was enveloped by the walls. The environment inside began to dim, and most of the sunlight was blocked by the walls. When everyone's gazes landed on the walls, they were shocked to discover that there were beast heads of various shapes and sizes in the walls. These different beast heads had their mouths wide open, and deep passageways existed in their mouths. This is the Thousand Beast Grotto. In the grotto, there's a deep passageway. In this passageway, there is an even more difficult test. Your goal is to pass through the test in the grotto and reach the exit. For this test, you must reach the exit as quickly as possible. At the exit, there's a jade token with a ranking number carved on it. When you obtain that number, it will indicate your ranking. Remember, there are only 500 jade tokens at the exit. That is to say, only the top 500 have the right to come out with a jade token. Only these 500 people can obtain the right to enter the outer courtyard. At this point, the dean floated above the Thousand Beast Grotto and quietly looked down at the crowd. Once the dean said that, the crowd nodded. It seemed that the third stage of the test was about ranking. Although the dean didn't go into detail, everyone knew that entering the outer courtyard would definitely bring benefits. The higher one's ranking was, the more benefits there would be. However, what made everyone nervous was that there were only 500 jade tokens at the exit of the Thousand Beast Grotto, while there were more than 7,000 people here. In other words, at least 6,000 people would be eliminated. This kind of elimination rate was undoubtedly very high. Perhaps some of you with weaker cultivations will be worried that you won't be able to compete with cultivators with higher cultivations. However, you can rest assured that the Thousand Beast Grotto will set its difficulty according to your cultivation. That is to say, the Thousand Beast Grotto will increase its difficulty according to your cultivation. If you are a genius and possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, regardless of whether you are a mystique venerable or a sovereign, you will be able to quickly pass through the grotto's passageway. On the other hand, even if you have the cultivation of a heavenly venerable, if you don't possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, you will encounter many obstacles. Chapter 981. 10,000 Beast Grotto. All right, everyone can choose their own grottos. There are almost 10,000 in the 10,000 Beast Grotto, so there's more than enough for everyone, said the dean indifferently with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the dean finished speaking, figures soared into the sky one after another. Over 7,000 people in the valley turned into streaks of shadows as they flew onto their chosen grottos. Piss off! A loud shout rang out, attracting the attention of quite a few people. A venerable realm cultivator had just occupied one of the beast heads at the very top. Before he could even warm his seat, Yin Zhongyang suddenly descended and shouted at him with an unruly gaze. The venerate youth's expression was ugly. He said, "The dean has already said that every grotto is the same. Moreover, there are almost 10,000 grottos in the 10,000 Beast Grotto. There's no need to fight over them, right?" Yin Zhongyang stood high and mighty as Yuan power gushed out from his right palm and viciously imprinted itself on that person's chest. With a poochie sound, that supreme being youth spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The beast head grotto that he occupied was also taken by Yin Zhongyang. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You should be honored that this crown prince has taken a fancy to your grotto. You actually dare to talk nonsense in front of this crown prince. You are simply courting death. Yin Zhongyang indifferently glanced at the youth who had been sent flying and spoke indifferently. The youth landed miserably on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, but he did not refute Yin Zhongyang, which was a rare occurrence. Yin Zhongyang was much stronger than him, so he could only suffer in silence now that he was injured. The others narrowed their eyes and subconsciously distanced themselves from Yin Zhongyang. Ever since Yin Zhongyang left the grotto in such a sorry state, his actions had become even more domineering and unbridled. Although no one could stand by and watch, no one dared to criticize Yin Zhongyang. After all, he was one of the three monstrous heavenly sovereigns. His strength was not something they could compare to. If they dared to stand out, their fates would probably be very miserable. Yin Zhongyang is really domineering. He actually dares to openly take someone else's grotto, said Mo Lingtian with a frown. Yin Zhongyang's domineering actions had displeased him. This is someone else's business after all. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own thing well, said Zhuan indifferently. Mo Lingtian nodded and continued, Brother Zhua, let's go up as well. There are 5 consecutive caves in the southeast corner. The 5 of us can go together. As he spoke, Mo Lingtian pointed towards the southeast corner. Following Mo Lingtian's finger, Zhuan also noticed that there were indeed 5 stone caves that were empty. The 5 of them could fit together. Then let's go together. Zhuan nodded and led Mo Lingtian, Jianan, Gatha, and Xianxing towards the 5 grottos in the southeast corner. However, the moment the 5 of them stepped into the grotto, a terrifying sound suddenly came from behind them. Zhuan's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to turn around, Mo Lingtian had already taken a step forward and slammed his palm behind him. Dang! Dang! Mo Lingtian's expression changed slightly, and he actually retreated a few steps in the air. The figure that was originally behind him also retreated a few steps under Mo Lingtian's resistance. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Zhuan slowly turned his head and saw the face of the person who wanted to attack him from behind. It was the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, Yuansheng. Yuansheng was accompanied by 7 or 8 people. Yuan Kong was among them. The others should be the other geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. However, Yuan Zhao was a maverick. He didn't follow the people of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. Instead, he found a grotto and waited for it to open. You're quite vigilant. However, our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty has taken a liking to the grotto in front of you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better get out of here. Yuansheng looked at Zhuan provocatively and said indifferently. At that time, Zhuan had chopped off his arm in public on the deck of the boundless ship, causing him to lose face. Yuansheng had already secretly hated Zhuan. Now that his eldest brother and second brother were here, he naturally didn't fear Zhuan at all. Moreover, Zhuan's feat of breaking through the heavenly venerate Iron Man grotto as a sovereign also made Yuansheng unhappy. Therefore, when Zhuan came out to choose a grotto, Yuansheng took the initiative and wanted to crush his spirit. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuan's side and stared coldly at Yuansheng. Yuansheng's strength wasn't bad. He was actually able to force Mo Lingtian to retreat. However, Mo Lingtian's strength wasn't weak either. Yuansheng didn't gain much advantage in the fight just now. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you like it? Who do you think you are? Zhuan stared coldly at Yuansheng and said. As soon as these words came out, Yuansheng, Yuan Kong, and the other geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty revealed a trace of coldness in their eyes. Zhuan was too arrogant. He knew that they were from a Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, but he still spoke so rudely. It was too rude. Yuansheng's eyes were as cold as ice. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of white teeth, and he said, You will know who I am soon. Then, Yuansheng took a step forward and instantly rushed toward Zhuan. A golden scepter had appeared in his hand. He formed a seal with his right hand and muttered some incantations. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out and turned into a lifelike golden dragon. Zhuan, your arrogance will eventually bring you a lot of trouble and misfortune. As for you passing through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave, I'm afraid it's also a kind of luck. I don't know what kind of method you used to luckily pass through. Now, I can immediately beat you back to your original state. Yuansheng's whole body was shining with golden light. He was standing on the golden dragon, and his chi had already reached the mid-golden venerable realm. It seemed that Yuansheng's harvest in the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave was not bad. He had actually reached the mid-golden venerable realm from the early golden venerable realm. It was no wonder that he had come to provoke Zhuan. Perhaps, in Yuansheng's opinion, after his cultivation had advanced, it would be difficult for Zhuan to challenge him. Therefore, he had come to crush Zhuan's spirit. The dean and the 4 old men in the valley did not stop them. They wouldn't care about this kind of personal grudge. Of course, this kind of fight couldn't be too excessive. If someone died, they would intervene. Otherwise, they would lose geniuses because of this. At this moment, the gazes of many cultivators in the myriad beast grotto were gathered here, especially when they saw Yuansheng shrouded in golden light. They all revealed looks of interest. Although Zhuan had passed through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave as a sovereign and shocked everyone, There were even more people who were doubtful. After all, they hadn't seen Zhuan pass through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave with their own eyes. If Zhuan had relied on the power left behind by his elders, then it was possible for him to force his way into the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave. After all, when Yuanqing had passed through the golden sovereign Iron Man cave, he had relied on the Emperor's aura to barely pass the test. Then, Zhuan might have a similar method. It was because of this suspicion that when Yuansheng made his move, everyone's gaze was on Zhuan. They wanted to see how Zhuan would deal with Yuanqing's attack. Under everyone's gazes, Zhuan slowly took a step forward. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. Then, he took a step forward and instantly passed by Yuansheng. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Because Zhuan's speed was too fast, no one could see how Zhuan had passed by Yuanqing. Boom! When Zhuan returned to his original position, the golden dragon under Yuanqing's feet roared. It actually twisted and struggled a few times before instantly turning into countless rays of light. Yuansheng, on the other hand, was sent flying like a stray dog. His right arm had been cut off by Zhuan once again. At this moment, blood was spurting out, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This scene was very similar to the scene on the boundless sailboat. Yuanqing's right arm had been cut off again, and it was because of someone. At this moment, Yuansheng was on the verge of going crazy and roaring angrily. He was unwilling, too unwilling. The first time, when he was in the early Golden Sovereign stage, he had fought with Zhuan for a long time. Only then did Zhuan manage to cut off his arm by a single move. Now his cultivation had made a breakthrough, and he had advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Exalt realm. He was also facing Zhuan, but in just one move his attack was broken, and his right arm was cut off by Zhuan once again. Yuansheng did not expect to suffer twice at the hands of the same person. He did not even dare to believe it. The entire rock cave fell silent at this moment. Many warriors stared blankly at Yuanqing's sorry figure, who had been sent flying with his right arm cut off. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yuanqing had come with such an aggressive aura, but he had retreated like a stray dog. Sky Origin's eyes were gloomy. Even he did not expect that Yuansheng would be defeated so cleanly. It seemed that Zhuan had not broken through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave by luck. It was possible that he had really relied on his own strength to break through. With a cold snort, Sky Origin flicked his sleeve, and a surge of Yuan Qi gushed out. He lifted Yuansheng, who had been sent flying, and brought him to his side. Looking at Yuansheng, who had lost an arm and his aura was weak, Sky Origin's face turned extremely ugly. In the distance, Yuan Zhao, who had already found the entrance of the rock cave, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze emitted a sharp light. You guys used the golden fragmented liquid to heal my third brother's right arm. I want to meet this arrogant brat. He dared to touch the people of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty. Until now, not many people have survived. After handing Yuansheng to the geniuses of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty behind him, Sky Origin took a step forward and swept toward Zhuan. The coldness in his eyes intensified, and the aura of a peak golden sovereign surged out of his body like a mountain crushing down. Sky Origin has made his move. Mo Lingtian's pupil shrank, and his face turned ugly. The Yaoguang sacred dynasty was really hateful. They had come to provoke Zhuan time and time again. It was really hateful. Sky Origin is not someone that Yuanqing can compare with. I wonder how many moves Zhuan can take from Sky Origin? Yin Zhongyang said in an unruly voice. Sky Origin was also a monstrous genius whose strength far exceeded his cultivation base. Although he was only at the peak of the Golden Sovereign realm, his battle strength had reached the early stage of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. If he had challenged the Heavenly Sovereign Iron Man cave, he would have had a high chance of passing it. However, for the sake of safety, Yuan Zhao had let Sky Origin choose the Golden Sovereign Iron Man cave. Chapter 982. Zhan Yuankong Boom. Yuankong's eyes shone with an intense sharpness that could not be looked at directly. A terrifying aura surged out from his body and swept out. It turned into a raging river that surged and surged. Moreover, this aura was getting denser and denser, fiercer and fiercer. It was like a snowy mountain that had exploded, surging and rolling like an arrow leaving the bow, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, like a fierce tiger that had left the mountain. Rows of high wall-like waves whistled and roared with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It looked extremely terrifying and frightening. What a terrifying aura. Yuan Kong's cultivation has definitely reached the peak of the golden Exalt realm. Just his aura alone is so terrifying. His true battle prowess must be even more terrifying. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw Yuan Kong's long hair fluttering in the wind. The aura that Yuan Kong displayed was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a peak golden Exalt. It was very likely that Yuan Kong had already touched the barrier to the heavenly Exalt realm. Given time, Yuan Kong should be able to break through to the heavenly Exalt realm very quickly, and it definitely wouldn't take too long. Yuan Kong looked down at Zhuan indifferently and said coldly, "You're very talented and have great potential. However, you show off too much, so I'm going to teach you a little lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Do I need you to tell me what to do? I just want to ask you, are we very familiar with each other? Zhuan asked indifferently. Yuan Kong's face stiffened. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Don't think that you're so full of yourself just because the dean has promoted you. There are many cultivators here who are stronger than you. You're not even on the same level as them. With that, Yuan Kong stomped his foot and instantly flew towards Zhuan. He extended his right hand, and a huge claw that was several dozen meters long appeared. It flickered with a cold light as it slammed down, wanting to rip Zhuan apart. Azura blood spear. A sea of blood gushed out from the void behind Zhuan. The sound of blood flowing filled the entire space. Then, Zhuan swung his long spear. The sea of blood swirled and formed a gigantic blood vortex, which swallowed the gigantic claw. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Kong's terrifying claws did not last long in the whirlpool of blood before they were completely corroded by the energy of the blood sea. Boom! Zhuan took a step in the air and swept up the boundless sea of blood. He swept towards Yuan Kong like a hot knife through butter. His long hair fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the surging sea of blood. His heroic spirit was indescribable. General momentum of heaven and earth? This kid's natural talent is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended the force of the heavens and the earth at the sovereign realm. However, this kid's spear force isn't very perfect, and it's full of mistakes. It still needs to be improved. Looking at Zhuan surrounded by the sea of blood, the dean raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised that Zhuan could grasp the spear force of the heavens and the earth at such a young age. His talent was indeed not bad. However, the dean was a mid-level great emperor after all. His eyesight was much sharper than the average person. He could see that Zhuan's spear force had many flaws. If an unpolished jade wanted to become a fine jade, it must be polished repeatedly. The dean knew that if Zhuan successfully entered the academy, he would definitely become perfect. His strength would also grow rapidly, and he might even have the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard. General momentum of heaven and earth? Everyone could also see that the sea of blood energy Zhuan used was extraordinary. They also recognized that it was a level higher than the power of concept, the general momentum of heaven and earth. In the valley, there were many who had comprehended the power of concept, but there weren't many who had grasped the power of the heavens and the earth. Currently, they knew that the myriad sword sect's genius, Pom Pom, had grasped the sword force, but Yun Zhongyang had not. As for Yuan Zhao, he had hidden it too deeply. It was possible that he had grasped the general momentum of heaven and earth. It's actually the general momentum of heaven and earth. It seems like passing the Empyrean Iron Man grotto wasn't a fluke. Pom Pom's gaze was sharp as he muttered to himself in astonishment. Yun Zhongyang's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhuan's blood spear. He was very familiar with this blood spear. Back then, the demonic youth had used this blood spear to cut off his right arm. That demonic youth is this guy. Bastard, the myriad beast grotto won't let you off easily this time. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, there was a trace of resentment. He had to avenge his lost arm. However, if Zhuan was really the demonic youth, he knew that he wasn't his opponent. He needed to plan his revenge carefully. At this moment, the sea of blood whirlpool had already arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The latter's pupils shrank, and he coldly snorted. He clawed at the void again, and a terrifying Yuan power poured out. It turned into surging waves of energy that enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool like a sponge. C-I-C-I-C-I. A strange sound rang out. The sponge-like energy completely enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool, causing it to freeze in the air. Explode. Yuan Kong spat out a single word. Then, the sponge-like energy directly exploded. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood actually collapsed under this energy. Whoosh! The moment the sea of blood whirlpool collapsed, a figure suddenly shot out. A blood-red light rushed out from the countless explosions and instantly arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The blood-red light emitted from the tip of the spear was like a venomous snake at this moment. The angle of attack was extremely tricky. Sky Origin's expression changed drastically. With a flick of his finger, a bead that emitted a fiery red aura shot out. This bead was very strange. There were actually traces of purplish-black gas on the surface of the fiery red bead. Boom! A terrifying flame rushed out from the bead like a python and entangled Zhuan's blood spear, causing it to freeze in the air. At the same time, the purple-black chi on the surface of the bead shot out with a swish, heading toward Zhuan, who was at the end of the spear. It wanted to completely devour Zhuan. Zhuan's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the purplish-black gas. He could sense that the purplish-black gas was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The purple-black chi contains extremely potent poison. Although your body is very tough right now, it will still be extremely troublesome if you come into contact with it. Xiao Hei's stern voice rang out in Zhuan's head. Zhuan also knew how terrifying the purple-black chi was with that, so he did not plan on provoking it. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the purple-black chi. You want to escape? Not a chance. Yuan Kong snorted coldly. His right hand rapidly formed a seal as he tapped the bead in his palm. The purple-black chi instantly turned into a huge purple-black python. It opened its huge fangs and pounced towards Zhuan like a bolt of black lightning. Its speed was actually not any slower than Zhuan with his 3 pairs of lightning wings. Zhuan was startled. The coldness in his eyes grew thicker. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and summoned the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. A dragon's roar rang out and a dragon's might shot out. Its several hundred feet long body blotted out the sun and instantly devoured the huge purple-black python. Swish! After the dragon's might devoured the huge black python, it swung its tail and instantly charged towards Yuan Kong, who held the fiery red bead. Its huge body came crashing down like a mountain, wanting to completely crush Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong's face darkened. He summoned the bead in his right hand. Immediately, his surroundings were enveloped by a sea of fire. The sea of fire then turned into countless flaming hands that grabbed the dragon's might. Rip! Countless flaming hands tore, and a terrifying power erupted. The dragon's might was unable to resist and was directly torn to pieces. Let's see what other tricks you have. Burn! Yuan Kong snorted coldly. With a thought, countless flaming hands shot out and rushed towards Zhuan from all directions. Raising his head slightly, Zhuan calmly looked at the countless flaming hands that swooped down. His right hand held the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, while his left hand slapped the base of the cauldron. Immediately, a dragon's roar gushed out again. Subsequently, a total of 81 dragons might flew out and intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. Boom! 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 The dragon's might collided with the flaming hands, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhuan instantly rushed out, bypassing the explosion and arrived above Yuan Kong's head. He raised the blood spear above his head and ruthlessly swung it down. Bang! 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 The blood spear whistled through the air as it rubbed against the air. The power of the blood spear was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yuan Kong didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly rush over at this moment and was caught off guard. He raised his hands, and the Yuan power in his body surged out, forming a protective shield. Crack! Unfortunately, this protective shield was too weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. It instantly shattered, and Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood under this attack and fell down. This guy, after falling 100 meters, Yuan Kong twisted his waist and barely stabilized his body. He gritted his teeth and cursed. He raised his head to look for Zhuowen's figure, only to discover that the place where Zhuowen was just now was empty. "Where are you looking?" An indifferent voice sounded from Yuan Kong's back, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to turn around, a blood spear heavily smashed into his chest like a whip. "Pucci!" Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even see Zhuowen's figure behind him before he fell down again without any strength to resist. Rumble! A deep pit formed at the bottom of the myriad beast grotto. Yuan Kong lay in the center of the pit, constantly coughing and struggling as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The spectators all fell into a strange silence. Their gazes were focused on Yuan Kong in the pit below, their faces filled with disbelief. Sky Origin was a martialist at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. It was understandable that a Yuan sage had been defeated by Zhuo, but even Sky Origin had been defeated. Everyone finally believed that Zhuo, when indeed, had the combat strength of a heavenly Venerate. What a freak. He's clearly only a sovereign, but he can beat the peak Golden Exalt Yuan Kong into such a state. This kid already has the strength of an Empyrean. It looks like passing the Empyrean Iron Man grotto wasn't a fluke. Chapter 983. Entering the Myriad Beast Grotto Swoosh. Zhuowen suddenly fell from the sky, arriving above the pit in an instant. Afterward, he stepped on Sky Origin King's chest and looked down at him coldly. He said coldly, "You said before that you wanted me to know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Now that I've stepped on you, how are you going to show me how high the sky is and how deep the earth is?" Sky Origin King only felt pain in his chest. He originally wanted to struggle to his feet, but now that Zhuowen had stepped on him, he fell heavily to the ground. He vomited another mouthful of blood as he howled out miserably. His eyes were filled with fear. How was Zhuowen so terrifying? Although he was a peak Golden Exalt, he possessed the power to put up a fight against early heavenly exalts at the very least. However, he had been defeated and stepped on by Zhuowen. Yuan Sheng, who was still healing, noticed everyone's expressions as well as the strange atmosphere in the surroundings. He frowned slightly. Yuan Sheng tilted his head slightly and looked down. Afterward, he saw something that he would never forget. His second brother, Sky Origin King, was currently lying in the pit in an extremely miserable shape. A figure stood on Sky Origin King's body, as if he was the ruler of the world. He was no stranger to the figure that stood on Sky Origin King. It was Zhuowen, who had severed his arms twice. This guy actually defeated second brother. Yuan Sheng murmured to himself as his lips trembled. Sky Origin King felt extremely humiliated. Zhuowen was just too impudent. After defeating him, Zhuowen actually stood on him and used words to humiliate him. Although he really wanted to get up and resist, it was a pity that Zhuowen's right foot was firmly planted on his chest, causing him to be unable to get up. Instead, because of his struggle, Zhuowen's foot was even stronger, causing him to become even weaker. "You said before that you wanted to teach me a lesson, acting all high and mighty. Why aren't you doing anything now?" Zhuowen stomped down once more as the coldness in his eyes became even denser. "Enough!" A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Then, a terrifying energy descended from the sky like a mountain, sweeping toward Zhuowen's back in an instant. It wanted to pierce through and shatter Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly. The power coming from behind him was so terrifying that even he felt a little apprehensive. With a cold snort, the 3 pairs of lightning wings on Zhuowen's back suddenly spread open. He turned into an ethereal lightning and disappeared from where he stood in an instant. At this moment, Zhuowen finally saw clearly that the terrifying force behind him was actually an enormous palm of essence energy that was several hundred meters in size. Zhuowen's speed was too fast, and this several hundred-meter palm of essence energy struck nothing but air. Then, the palm sucked toward the crater, and Yuan Kong, who was lying in the crater, was sucked into the palm. Then, Yuan Kong was brought into the palm. Whoosh! Dozens of meters away, a lightning flashed and revealed Zhuowen's figure. Then, Zhuowen raised his head and saw the owner of the palm of essence energy. It was the Alcade Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao waved his right hand and directed the palm of essence energy to place Yuan Kong, who was in a sorry state, beside the Alcade Holy Dynasty's people. Then he stomped his foot and flew in the air. When he was dozens of meters away from Zhuowen, Yuan Zhao looked down at Zhuowen. There was a trace of gloomy qi between his eyebrows as he said, "Yuan Sheng is my third brother, and Yuan Kong is my second brother. You cut off my third brother's arm and trampled on my second brother's dignity. Do you think I don't exist?" Yuan Zhao is going to flip out. Everyone stared fixedly at Yuan Zhao. It seemed like Zhuowen had gone too far. He was starting to anger the crown prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. In everyone's mind, Yuan Zhao was undoubtedly the most mysterious of the three monstrous celestial masters. He was also the most powerful of them all. At least, his cultivation level was the highest among the three, reaching the middle stage of the celestial master realm. Moreover, with the background of the Brilliance Holy Dynasty, Yuan Zhao probably still had some hidden cards up his sleeve. He would have no problem fighting against a late-stage celestial master. This was a true monster, a proud son of the heavens. Although he looked ordinary, if he was truly enraged, then he would reveal his sharpness and become unstoppable. Therefore, after seeing Yuan Zhao's attack, everyone was looking forward to seeing how strong Yuan Zhao was. As for Zhuowen, he was overlooked by everyone at this moment. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying and could rival a heavenly venerate, he was at most comparable to an early heavenly venerate. It was impossible for him to reach the middle heavenly venerate. Yuan Zhao was at the middle holy master realm. Needless to say, his combat strength had surpassed the middle holy master realm. If Zhuowen really fought against Yuan Zhao, he would undoubtedly die. The reason why everyone was looking forward to the battle was because they were looking forward to seeing how strong Yuan Zhao was. How strong would he be if he could kill Zhuowen in a few moves? It seems that Zhuowen is dead for sure. I wonder how many moves Yuan Zhao will use to kill him. In 1,000 Beast Grotto, countless eyes were focused on Yuan Zhao. They were all looking forward to Yuan Zhao's attack. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and met Yuan Zhao's cold gaze. He said indifferently, "I originally had no enmity with your Alcade Holy Dynasty. However, your so-called third prince has been making things difficult for me. Originally, we could have just chosen a grotto peacefully. However, that trash Yuan Sheng insisted on snatching it from me. He even took the initiative to provoke me. I had already chopped off one of his arms, but he still came looking for a beating. Isn't this kind of person a masochist? As for Yuan Kong, he wanted to teach me a lesson and let me know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, he didn't expect to be trampled under my feet. In the end, I taught him a lesson. I want to ask you, isn't this considered legitimate self-defense? Why is it a provocation in your eyes?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up as the ridicule in his eyes deepened. Yuan Zhao's gaze was still indifferent as he said, "I only saw that you chopped off my third brother's arm and trampled on my second brother's dignity. You are provoking my Alcade Holy Dynasty. This reason is enough for me to take action." After saying that, Yuan Zhao's qi became extremely terrifying. Countless streams of energy erupted like a volcano and formed a huge funnel-shaped spiral. The terrifying qi began to revolve around Yuan Zhao's body. Yuan Zhao's clothes and hair fluttered as he stood in the middle of the terrifying qi. He looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. His qi was like a tiger, and his qi was like a dragon. As expected, he's a mid-stage heavenly venerable. Yuan Zhao is so terrifying. His cultivation completely overshadowed Yin Zhongyang and Pom Pom. An uproar continuously sounded when they sensed the terrifying aura from Yuan Zhao's body. Everyone's eyes were somewhat dazed as they stared at Yuan Zhao, who was surrounded by countless forces, while their faces twitched. Yin Zhongyang and Pom-Pom's expressions didn't look good. Although they had guessed that Yuan Zhao was hiding his cultivation, they were still a little depressed when their guess became reality. If Yuan Zhao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm, the two of them might be able to compete with Yuan Zhao for the title of newcomer king. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao's cultivation was actually at the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Now you have a chance. Kneel down and slap yourself 50 times to apologize to my second brother and third brother. If you do, I will spare your life and only cut off one of your arms, said Yuan Zhao indifferently. Zhuowen raised his head, and a terrifying demonic qi began to surge out of his body. Above Zhuowen's head, there were rolling demonic clouds. The powerful demonic qi almost covered the entire grotto. Zhuowen's eyes gradually turned blood red. His black hair began to turn blood red. A monstrous demonic qi continued to roll out. What a powerful demonic qi. Is Zhuowen a demonic cultivator? How can his body emit such a terrifying demonic qi? Everyone's attention was originally on Yuan Zhao, but now they were attracted by the demonic qi in Zhuowen's body. They couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhuowen's strange blood-red eyes and hair, they were all stunned. This Zhuowen actually showed signs of turning into a devil. This kid was actually a devil cultivator? Creak! It is indeed this bastard. The demonic cultivator in the heavenly venerable's grotto was Zhuowen. Yin Zhongyang clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. His gaze was cold as he looked down at Zhuowen, who seemed to have become a demonic cultivator. Yuan Zhao looked down in surprise at Zhuowen, who was emitting a monstrous demonic qi. Clearly, he didn't expect Zhuowen's body to contain such a terrifying demonic qi. Just as Zhuowen and Yuan Zhao released their auras and a battle was about to break out, a dignified voice rang out. The third phase of the test will now begin. You can settle your grudges after the third phase of the test. Now, enter the Thousand Beast Grotto. The dignified voice came from the dean. He had long noticed that Yuan Zhao was a mid-heavenly venerable. However, he hadn't expected Zhuowen to possess such a powerful demonic qi. Yuan Zhao's expression was a little sluggish. He turned his head and glanced at the dean. The terrifying aura around his body began to slowly recede as he said to Zhuowen in an indifferent manner, "Your luck is not bad. I will let you live for a while longer. After this test is over, perhaps you will become a skeleton." That may not be the case. Zhuowen also withdrew the demonic might from his body. His blood-red hair and blood-red eyes also began to slowly recede, returning to normal black hair and black eyes. His voice was filled with indifference. Yuan Zhao ignored Zhuowen and returned to his grotto. On the other hand, Zhuowen came to Jianan and Gatha's side. They stood together in the southeast grotto, silently waiting for the grotto's door to open. Due to the dean's intervention, the people from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty didn't say much. However, Yuan Sheng and Yuan Kong's faces were extremely ugly. They had lost a lot of face this time. The two brothers had been trampled on by a supreme-grade ant in front of so many people. Furthermore, they couldn't get back at him. One could imagine how depressed they were. Zhuowen's weapon is also a blood-red spear. Could it be a coincidence? In another corner of the grotto, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with doubt because Zhuowen from the Qing Xian Empire also used a spear. Chapter 984. Station. There are countless spear users in this world. It's normal for it to be coincidental. Grand Lily shook her head and no longer paid any attention to the high-spirited Zhuowen. However, the image of Zhuowen in her mind became increasingly clear and could not be erased. Open the grotto. Remember, reach the end of the grotto as quickly as possible. There are over 7,000 of you and only 500 jade tokens. If you want to enter the Outer Academy, you can only run forward with all your might. Do not hesitate or stop, because that will only hinder your progress. The dean waved his sleeve after saying these meaningful words. Over 7,000 glowing dots flew out from his hand, and headed towards the Thousand-Beast Grotto. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The glowing dots landed on the stone doors of the grotto. Soon after, the several feet tall, thick stone doors slowly rose with a rumbling sound, revealing the deep tunnel behind them. Looking at the tunnel behind the grotto, the numerous practitioners standing at the entrance of the grotto revealed a heated look in their eyes. With a stomp of their feet, they rushed into the tunnel and quickly disappeared. Zhuowen, I will also leave first. See you at the exit. Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing cupped their hands together towards Zhuowen. With a stomp of their feet, they also entered the grotto. John and Gatha, let's go. The Thousand-Beast Grotto test is actually a race against time. Whoever reaches the exit first will obtain a spot to enter the outer academy. Let's go. Zhuowen turned his head and looked at the other two siblings in the grotto as he spoke. Jianan and Gatha nodded. Without wasting any time, they entered their own tunnels. Zhuowen wasn't willing to be outdone. At the instant the siblings entered the passageway, he transformed into an ethereal breeze like a ghost and disappeared into the darkness of the passageway. Let's go to the exit of the Thousand-Beast Grotto and wait for the results. The dean was expressionless. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the wall where the Thousand-Beast Grotto was located. The exit of the Thousand-Beast Grotto was at the top of the wall. Whoever came out first would obtain the corresponding quota. At the top of the barrier, there was a rather large station. The principal brought the four elders, Qi Ji, Hu Jia, and Cheng Dong, and landed on the station. Not far from the station, there was a huge beast head. This beast head was dozens of feet long. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It looked like a dragon, but it wasn't a dragon. It gave people a strange feeling. The mouth of this beast head was wide open, and in its mouth was a deep tunnel. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. This was the exit of the Myriad Beast Grotto. When the time came, the dean and the others would know who would be able to obtain the top 500 spots. Dean, the people outside the valley who are related to the test are all here. Should we get rid of them? The skinny elder seemed to have noticed the crowd outside the valley. His gaze turned cold as he whispered to the dean. The four sacred empires and the three great sects have sent Emperor Realm experts. There are even some Emperor Realm experts from other empires. Since the participants have already entered the grotto, it's fine to let them wait at the entrance. However, only Emperor Realm experts are allowed to enter. Don't let anyone else in. The dean said indifferently. The skinny and tall old man nodded. Immediately, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the valley. After exchanging a couple of words outside the valley, over a dozen figures with powerful auras followed the skinny and tall old man to the station. These figures were all Emperor Realm experts. There were old men, young and strong men, and gentle scholars. In any case, these Emperor Realm experts all had different appearances. However, there was one thing they all had in common. The aura of these great emperors was extremely terrifying. If one looked closely, one could see the illusory stars surrounding them. This was the power of the stars that only great emperors could control. Emperor Qing of the Qing Xian Empire and Emperor Yin of the Yin Xian Empire were among these figures. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They were only Emperor Realm experts from remote empires. There was still a gap between them and the Emperor Realm experts from the four empires and three great sects. Although Emperor Qing was an outer sect elder of the Azure Dragon main palace, this was an insignificant position in the main palace. He didn't have any right to speak. Therefore, Emperor Qing didn't dare to offend the Emperor Realm experts from the four empires and three great sects. When the results of the second round came out, they were stopped outside the valley by the people from the outer sect. Although they knew the results of the second round, they couldn't get close. Now that they were able to get close, it was a pleasant surprise. Dean, thank you for allowing us to enter the Myriad Beast Grotto. A middle-aged man with an imposing appearance smiled as he cupped his hands and smiled at the dean who was standing on the stage. Another man of similar age stood behind the middle-aged man. Both of them had a faint golden glow on their bodies. They looked extremely dazzling. It was obvious that the two of them had a close relationship. They should be Emperor Realm experts from the same faction. Supreme Jean, there's no need to be so courteous. I think the Alcade Sacred Dynasty is really full of talented people. The three princes who participated in the test are quite talented. They should be able to enter the outer sect smoothly. The dean nodded and smiled. It turned out that the Emperor Realm expert named Supreme Gene and the middle-aged man behind him were both from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. It was no wonder that the other Emperor Realm experts looked at them with great fear. Supreme Jin's eyes were filled with pride when he heard the dean's praise. However, he was very humble and said that the three princes still had many shortcomings. Full of talented people? I don't think so. An eccentric voice rang out. Supreme Jin's expression turned cold as he focused his gaze on a feminine man with long blue hair who was dressed in blue robes. Supreme Jin, what do you mean? Are you trying to say that the two trash from your Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty are a match for the princes of our Alcade Sacred Dynasty? Not to mention the Blue Smoke, even your Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty's crown prince, Yin Zhongyang, is no match for Yuan Zhao. Supreme Jin said coldly. It turned out that the eccentric Blue Emperor was from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. The other Monarch Realm experts didn't interrupt. These two holy dynasties were the top two powers among the four holy dynasties, and they often had conflicts with each other. It could be said that when people from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty met, it was inevitable that they would quarrel. In the worst case, they would even fight. Supreme Jin's face turned cold, and he sneered. Then why did I see your Alcade Sacred Dynasty's third prince, Yuan Sheng, and second prince, Yuan Kong, being defeated by a supreme being Ant? If I'm not mistaken, your Alcade Holy Dynasty's third prince lost an arm, and your second prince was trampled under his feet. Are these the so-called geniuses of your Alcade Sacred Dynasty? I think they're just undeserving of their reputation. They can't even deal with a supreme being. Supreme Jin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" What Supreme Emperor Lan had said was indeed an extremely humiliating thing for Supreme Emperor Jin. The second prince and the third prince had both been defeated by a single person. Moreover, that person was only a supreme being. This was a slap in the face for the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. Supreme Jin chuckled and said, "I'm not trying to say anything. I just don't think the people of your Alcade Sacred Dynasty are that great. Moreover, I'm more curious about which faction that Supreme Being Ant is from. He can actually defeat a peak Golden Venerable. This isn't something that anyone can do. I really do want to know which power that little ant belongs to." Supreme Jin then looked at the other martial emperors behind him. Other than those from the four dynasties and three sects, there were only two other martial emperors from other factions. They were Supreme Emperor Qing and Supreme Emperor Yin. Supreme Emperor Yin and Supreme Emperor Qing frowned when they sensed Supreme Jin's gaze. They did not expect Supreme Jin to target them. "Did one of you bring him out?" Supreme Jin asked indifferently. The Alcade Sacred Dynasty was very powerful outside of the 9 underworlds. It was far more powerful than the other empires. Therefore, Supreme Jin's words were quite intimidating. Supreme Jin was also a third-level martial emperor. He was considered an outstanding existence among the group of people. Supreme Emperor Qing shook his head and said, "Supreme Jin, please don't misunderstand. Only one person from the Qing Xian Empire has entered the third stage of the test. She's a woman. The Supreme Being young man is not from the Qing Xian Empire. If he's not from the Qing Xian Empire, then he must be from the Yin Xian Empire?" Supreme Jin's eyes were very sharp. When he mentioned Zhuan, Supreme Emperor Yan's eyes flickered. Supreme Emperor Yin definitely knew who Zhuan was. "Supreme Jin, I didn't ask you to come here to listen to your interrogation. I asked you to wait patiently for the results of the third stage of the test. Can you be quiet?" The dean frowned and a terrifying aura gushed out. Supreme Jin's face stiffened and he quickly cupped his fists and said, "I was rude just now. I was just curious about the Supreme Being's identity. I wonder if the dean can give me some pointers?" The dean of the outer court of the Excellent Gods Institute was very strong, even stronger than the strongest Emperor Realm expert of the Alcade Holy Dynasty. In addition, he had the backing of the Excellent Gods Institute, so Supreme Jin didn't dare to offend him. The dean frowned and said indifferently, that supreme being's name is Zhuowen. He's very talented, and I've taken a fancy to him. Are you planning to touch him? Supreme Jin's gaze froze. Since the dean had made his intentions clear, Supreme Jin knew what the dean was trying to do. After saying a few words, he did not dare to say another word. He never thought that the supreme being's talent would be recognized by the dean of the Outer Institute. After all, the dean of the Outer Institute was an extremely picky person. He would never take a fancy to a mediocre person. His name is Zhuowen? Supreme Emperor Qing was stunned, and he frowned. Could it be that he had the same name? The monstrous supreme stage genius that stood out in this recruitment test was actually also called Zhuowen. Chapter 985. Water Ghost Swoosh. Zhuowen traversed through the pitch-black passageway like a ghost. Soon, he arrived at a rather spacious hall. Splash, splash. The sound of flowing water continuously resounded throughout the entire hall. Zhuowen surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the surroundings of the hall were actually enveloped by countless streams of water. There were 10 stone dragon heads on the surrounding rock walls, and streams of water gushed out from their mouths. The 10 streams of water transformed into 10 waterfalls that hung upside down in the surroundings of the hall. Moreover, the entire floor of the hall had already been enveloped by the surging water, so much so that it practically reached Zhuowen's waist. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Yuan power covered the bottom of his feet, causing him to stand on the water surface as though he was walking on flat ground. Subsequently, Zhuowen walked to the center of the hall, his gaze converging on the 10 stone dragon heads that hung high up in the surroundings of the hall. The surface of the 10 waterfalls was as smooth as a mirror, and all of them reflected Zhuowen's figure. It was as though 10 identical Zhuowen had appeared in the surrounding rock hall in an instant. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he gazed at the 10 waterfalls that reflected his figure. He could faintly feel that this hall was not ordinary. In particular, the figures reflected by the 10 waterfalls were really too realistic. They were so realistic that Zhuowen felt that they were not shadows, but real people. What a strange stream of water. The figure reflected by it is actually so clear. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen lowered his head to look at the reflection in the water below his feet. Their eyes met, and he actually felt that the eyes of the reflection in the water actually contained a strange emotion. There are emotions in the eyes of the reflection? Could it be that I am hallucinating? As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen squatted down and slowly extended his right hand to touch the reflection in the water below his feet. The instant the right hand in reality touched the left hand in the reflection, pillars of water abruptly shot up from the originally calm water surface. Subsequently, Zhuowen discovered that his right hand was being held. Lowering his head to look at the reflection in the water, Zhuowen discovered that the reflection in the water actually revealed a strange smile towards him. On the other hand, Zhuowen himself did not smile, while the left hand of the reflection tightly gripped Zhuowen's right hand. The smile on the reflection's face grew even stranger. "Who are you?" Zhuowen's gaze was eerily cold as he asked. "I am you." The reflection of Zhuowen suddenly laughed in a strange manner. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions suddenly resounded in the surroundings. Following that, the pillars of water that shot up from the water turned into countless anacondas that charged towards Zhuowen in the center of the water, wanting to swallow Zhuowen whole. Zhuowen wanted to dodge, but the reflection of Zhuowen in the water held on tightly to Zhuowen's arm, not allowing him to leave at all. This bastard, looking at the countless anacondas swarming towards him, as well as his own sinister smile in the reflection, Zhuowen cursed in his heart. The mental strength in his Naiwen palace surged out and surrounded Zhuowen's body. At the same time, the infinity sword formation surged out and turned into an impenetrable wall in front of him to protect him. Boom, boom, boom. The anacondas hissed and slammed heavily into the infinity sword formation, causing countless splashes of water to appear. It looked gorgeous and colorful, but Zhuowen was secretly complaining. The anacondas seemed to be endless as they surged out of the water endlessly and charged towards him. Although the infinity sword formation's defense was strong, It was unable to withstand the attack of the seemingly endless anacondas. Indeed, after a while, the impenetrable wall formed by the infinity sword formation finally showed signs of cracking. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out as the impenetrable wall formed by the infinity sword formation finally began to crack. This caused Zhuan's gaze to change slightly. Sun furnace. Zhuan no longer held back as he immediately took out the sun furnace. Terrifying flames of the sun surged out and protected Zhuan's body. Meanwhile, the cracked infinity sword formation was put away by Zhuan. Fire and water were incompatible. Although the anacondas were violent, they were unable to break in with the sun fire blocking them. However, many anacondas were vaporized by the high temperature of the sun fire and turned into mist. Seeing that he had temporarily blocked the anaconda's attack, Zhuan let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked down at the reflection in the water and said coldly, "What exactly are you?" Zhuan's expression in the reflection changed. He did not expect Zhuan to be so strong that he could block the anaconda's attack so easily. He sneered and said, "Didn't I just say it? I'm you." Deliberately mystifying. "Break." Zhuan sneered. His entire body was enveloped by countless golden lights as he grew 4 heads and 8 arms. A terrifying power spread out. It was so strong that it could lift a cauldron. In an instant, he lifted Zhuan from the water. Ayo, ayo. Zhuan's reflection clearly did not expect Zhuan's strength to suddenly become so strong. He was caught off guard and was pulled out by Zhuan. A strange roar sounded. Zhuan focused his eyes and realized that the thing in his hand wasn't Zhuan's appearance, but a blue humanoid creature. This creature had no facial features, only a head and simple limbs. It looked extremely strange. A water ghost? Looking at the strange creature in his hand, Zhuan could not help but mutter to himself. He knew this creature. He had seen records of water ghosts in ancient books. It was said that this creature had no facial features, only a simple head and 4 limbs. Moreover, water ghosts were best at hiding in the reflection of other creatures in the water. They would attack the creatures the moment they let down their guard. From then on, the attacking creature would become their meal. "Looks like you're treating me as prey. Unfortunately, you're not a qualified hunter. You don't have the ability to catch me." Zhuan sneered. "Let me go. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The water ghost struggled wantonly in Zhuan's hand. However, Zhuan's strength was too great. No matter how the water ghost struggled, he could not break free from Zhuan's grasp. "Let you go? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Zhuan ignored the water ghost's protests. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding flames of the sun disappeared. At that moment, the water ghost was in Zhuan's hand, and the rampaging water pythons had all calmed down. "Tell me the exit out of this world of water," Zhuan asked calmly. "If I tell you, you won't kill me," the water ghost said weakly. "If you can satisfy me, I can consider letting you live." Zhuan nodded. The water ghost nodded and pointed at the 10 stone dragon heads around the hall. "As long as you destroy all 10 stone dragon heads, the exit will appear." "So simple?" Zhuan asked doubtfully. "That's all I can tell you. If you don't believe me, then forget it," the water ghost said calmly. Zhuan's eyes flickered. "Then I'll believe you this time." As he spoke, Zhuan held the water ghost in his right hand. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived above the stone dragon heads in the sky. With the point of his right hand, a terrifying spear shadow swept out. Zhuan had directly used spear force. Boom! In an instant, the stone dragon head was shattered. Then, Zhuan did the same to the other 9 stone dragon heads. Bang! 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 After shattering the 10 stone dragon heads, Zhuan returned to the center of the water and said calmly, "Now, it's good. What should we do next?" The water ghost suddenly laughed shrilly. "Human, you're dead. After shattering the 10 stone dragon heads, your doomsday has arrived. The great Ghost King is about to awaken, and you will become the Ghost King's sacrifice." Rumble. The entire hall began to shake intensely after Shui Gui's words sounded. Soon after, Zhuo eyes were grave as he discovered that the 10 waterfalls that had gushed out from the 10 stone dragon heads had suddenly separated. They gathered in the air above the middle of the hall and formed a gigantic figure that was dozens of feet large. The figure was azure in color and had bulging muscles. Its huge head had a ferocious expression and 2 huge fangs at the corner of its mouth. It rushed towards the sky, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. "Water Ghost King, you rely on this guy?" Zhuo asked calmly as he pointed at the Water Ghost King in the sky. "You dare to disrespect my king? You're simply courting death." The Water Ghost shrieked. "Disrespect?" Zhuo shook his head. With the point of his right hand, a powerful origin energy turned into a cage, trapping the Water Ghost inside. Zhuo took a step and instantly pounced towards the Water Ghost King. Was the Water Ghost King that amazing? His aura was only at the sovereign realm. What did Zhuo have to fear? "Human, you've got guts. Not only did you not kneel when you saw this king, you actually dared to stand before this king. Could it be that you want to die so badly?" The Water Ghost King's scarlet eyes stared coldly at Zhuo. After seeing Zhuo's cultivation, his voice became even colder. A mere sovereign realm human dared to provoke him? Although the Water Ghost King's aura was also at the sovereign realm, his cultivation was actually at the heavenly sovereign realm. However, because he was trapped in the Myriad Beast Grotto, his cultivation was suppressed to the sovereign realm. To the Water Ghost King, a sovereign realm human could be crushed to death with a single palm strike. "The one who wants to die is not me, but you." As he spoke, Zhuo fiercely punched out. Golden light exploded like a slowly rising sun. The Water Ghost King coldly snorted and punched out as well. This human dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. He wanted to teach this arrogant human a lesson. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The Water Ghost King's pupils shrank as he retreated. In this exchange, the Water Ghost King was actually at a disadvantage. Even his hand was broken. "Die!" Zhuo's aura was like a rainbow. He rushed forward once more. Then, his 8 arms hammered down together. A terrifying strength surged out, forming a circular shockwave in the air. The Water Ghost King didn't even know what was going on. Or it could be said that his thoughts were still stuck on why this human was so strong. Zhuo's attack had already landed. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Water Ghost King didn't even have the chance to make a sound before exploding into a bloody mist under the terrifying power of the 8 arms. My king died just like that. Chapter 986. World of Ice and Snow. The Water Ghost fell into a daze. Then, a cold gaze shot over, causing the Water Ghost to tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. The human in front of him was too terrifying. The Water Ghost King, whom he revered, was killed just like that. It was too unbelievable. My patience is limited. Where's the exit? When Zhuo mentioned Shui Gui, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. There was even extremely terrifying killing intent in his eyes. The Water Ghost trembled and immediately surrendered. "Powerful human, please spare my life. I am willing to tell you the real exit. You said the same thing just now. Then, you told me the wrong way to release the Water Ghost King," Zhuo said indifferently. His meaning was clear. He did not believe the Water Ghost's words. The Water Ghost laughed bitterly. "Powerful human, I have no need to lie to you. Even the Water Ghost King was not your opponent. I have no need to lie to you." "Then, tell me," Zhuo said indifferently. The Water Ghost nodded. Then, his hands formed a seal. Then, Zhuo realized that the water below his feet had a cylindrical opening. Inside the opening was a dark tunnel. "Powerful human, the exit is below," the Water Ghost said respectfully. Hearing this, Zhuo nodded. He grabbed the Water Ghost's neck and jumped down. The Water Ghost was cunning. Zhuo naturally could not trust him completely. Therefore, he had to bring the Water Ghost down with him. It would not be too late to release the Water Ghost after confirming that it was safe. The Water Ghost was shocked. However, he quickly regained his composure. He knew that the human in front of him would not trust him so easily. Therefore, he did not resist. After entering the opening, Zhuan walked through the dark tunnel for 15 minutes. Then, he arrived in front of an ice door. The ice door was extremely cold. It was bone-chilling. It was extremely terrifying. Powerful human, behind this ice door is a world of ice and snow. Now, do you believe that I did not lie to you? There are several checkpoints behind. If you want to reach the end of the cave, you have to pass through these checkpoints one by one, the water ghost suddenly said. Scram, Zhuan said coldly as he released the water ghost. The water ghost nodded repeatedly. The moment Zhuan let go, he immediately slipped away, afraid that Zhuan would change his mind. At that moment, Zhuan's attention was all on the ice door in front of him. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to the water ghost's little tricks. Looks like we need to blast open this ice door. Letting out a light breath, Zhuan spat out a frightening amount of yuan power from his right palm and imprinted it on the ice door. Instantly, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the ice door before it shattered into countless ice shards. What a powerful cold chi! After the ice door was broken, a bone-chilling coldness surged out, sweeping towards Zhuan's body. Zhuan couldn't help but shiver as a look of shock appeared on his face. Whoosh! With a step, Zhuan entered the ice door. Inside was a world of ice and snow. Goose feather-like snow drifted in this space, piling up a snow road that was several meters thick on the ground. On both sides of the snow road were majestic and magnificent snowy mountains. At the end of the snow road, a huge ice palace appeared in front of Zhuan. The ice palace was even colder, as if it was the source of the coldness in this world of ice and snow. The coldness in this ice palace is so intense. Zhuan's eyes narrowed as his brows furrowed. This ice palace that stood at the end of this world of ice and snow was very unusual. Boom, boom, boom. On both sides of the snow road, the ice mountains suddenly trembled violently. Then, Zhuan saw the ice mountains suddenly stand up and transform into ice mountain giants. The originally peaceful world of ice and snow seemed to have started to boil because of the movement of these ice mountain giants. They formed a terrifying snowstorm that wreaked havoc in the air above the snow road. It was an extremely terrifying sight. There are a total of 32 ice mountain giants. Zhuan stopped on the snowy path and looked at the iceberg giants around him. His eyes were filled with sharpness, because the iceberg giants had surrounded him from all directions, sealing off all his paths of retreat and advance. Trespassers of the ice and snow barrier die. Muffled, thunderous voices came from the ice giants' mouths. Then, the 32 ice giants roared and rushed toward Zhuan. Their mountain-like ice fists smashed down, wanting to completely crush Zhuan to death. Oof! Get lost! Zhuan bellowed. The fire of the sun surged out and circled around him. It turned into a fire shield, blocking all the attacks from the snow giants around him. However, the power of the snow giants was too great. The combined attack of 32 snow giants was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuan could not help but feel his blood boil, and his chest felt heavy. Nirvana of the great sun. Golden light flashed as Zhuan transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms. 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. He flew out quickly and instantly arrived at one of the ice giants. Boom! Zhuan's expression was cold and emotionless. Perhaps it was because Zhuan had taken the initiative to attack, but the snow giant felt that it had been greatly provoked. It immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a roar, it threw a punch at Zhuan. It wanted to smash this human into pieces. Die! Zhuan was not afraid. He also threw a punch. His whole body was covered in the sun's fire. He looked like a god that had descended to earth. His punch had the strength to lift a cauldron. The 2 fists collided and an explosion sounded. A ring-shaped air wave rose out of nowhere. The entire snow road seemed to shake a few times under this force. Boom! 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 The other 7 ice giants also roared angrily and arrived at Zhuan's side in an instant. 7 fists were thrown at Zhuan's body. Zhuan's eyes grew colder. The remaining 7 arms blasted towards the surroundings. The strength to lift the cauldron surged out and shook the entire snow world. Resisting 8 ice giants as large as mountains by himself, Zhuowen's might was as vast as that of a god. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the 8 snow giants around him let out a mournful cry. Then they all turned into countless ice cubes and shattered into fine powder. Oh! The remaining 24 snow giants roared in unison when they saw the 8 snow giants around Zhuowen shatter. These 32 ice mountains had stood tall in this world of ice and snow for a long time. They were of the same origin and were as close as brothers. Now that 8 of their brothers were mercilessly killed by this human, how could they not be angry? Boom! 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 The 24 ice giants rushed out and attacked at the same time. They wanted to tear this despicable human into pieces and avenge their brothers. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. Then, an even more intense golden light flashed out. Finally, Zhuowen's body grew from 3 feet to 100 feet tall. His huge body was not any weaker than the ice giants. Boom! With a punch, a blazing light surged out. The ice giants closest to him were smashed into pieces before they could even make a sound. Boom! 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 Zhuowen, who had transformed into 100 feet tall, was too terrifying. His strength was much stronger than before. With a punch, the ice giants could not resist at all. In less than 5 breaths of time, the 24 snow giants had all turned into ice and snow powder. As for Zhuowen, he stood in the middle of the snowy road. With a stretch of his hand, the terrifying snowstorm in the sky was actually torn down by him. The entire world of ice and snow regained its calm. Snow Palace. Zhuowen murmured as he looked at the snow palace at the end of the snow road. He took a step and flew towards the snow palace. Whoosh! Arriving in front of the snow palace, Zhuowen looked up at the huge snow palace in front of him. He was shocked. This snow palace was purely made of ice and snow. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly feel an extremely terrifying chill from the palace. The answer to the exit of the snow world should be in this snow palace. Zhuowen said and entered the palace without hesitation. The front door of the palace was open and there were no guards. Therefore, Zhuowen easily entered the palace. After passing through the ice corridor, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the hall in the depths of the palace. He saw that there were many ice sculptures in the hall. The sculptures were of humans, beasts, and species that Zhuowen had never seen before. In this quiet hall, they formed a unique scenery. At the front of the hall, there was a throne of ice and snow. On the throne sat a graceful figure. It was a young lady with a crown of ice and snow. Her eyes were green and pure. However, this queen was also a sculpture and not a real person. These sculptures are really ingenious. They're so lifelike. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to tell that they are sculptures. Staring at the ice sculpture of the queen on the throne, Zhuowen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't know which craftsman had carved so many ice sculptures in this snow palace. Moreover, they were so lifelike, as if they were real. I don't know if the exit of the snow world is in this snow palace. I have to look carefully. Zhuowen quickly searched the hall. At the same time, his mental energy spread out like a radar. He wanted to find the exit of this palace. Of course, if he could find something good here, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't mind keeping it. There's nothing? After searching the hall, Zhuowen frowned. In this huge hall, other than the many ice sculptures, there was nothing else. Kid, you still have one place that you haven't searched. Suddenly, Xiao Hei said to Zhuowen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze also landed on the throne at the front of the hall. There, the pure queen sat quietly on the throne with a scepter in her hand. It was as if she was immortal. This throne was the only place that he hadn't searched. If there was a place where the exit was most likely to be hidden, it would definitely be in this throne. Swoosh. Chapter 987. Ice Queen Zhuowen searched the surroundings of the throne for a long time, but he did not find anything. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. I didn't find anything. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with helplessness as he returned to the front of the throne. He had searched the entire ice palace, including the surroundings of the throne. However, he still did not find anything. Perhaps the exit is under the throne. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the Ice Queen's body. After a while, he extended his hand in an attempt to lift the Ice Queen statue, which was sitting on the throne, off the ground. However, when Zhuowen's right hand came into contact with the Ice Queen statue's arm, his eyes narrowed. He realized that the right arm of the Ice Queen statue was like a human's arm. It was extremely soft, as though it was not an ice sculpture, but a real person. Although the Ice Queen's arms were soft and weak, the cold air was oppressive. Even Zhuowen found it difficult to withstand the terrifying cold air. What is going on with this ice sculpture? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why did an ice sculpture feel like a human's arm? Boom! While Zhuowen was bewildered, a terrifying cold burst out from the Ice Queen statue in front of him. Subsequently, the Ice Queen, who was originally motionless, suddenly moved. The scepter in her hand was filled with cold air as it heavily smashed onto Zhuowen's chest. Ding, ding, ding. Zhuowen stepped into the air and retreated dozens of steps. The cold air that swept out from the scepter was like maggots that surrounded him, trying to invade his body. Zhuowen's eyes were dark as he stomped his foot. Flames of the sun swept out and completely eliminated the cold air that was like maggots. After dispelling the cold air, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the throne. At this moment, the Ice Queen statue slowly stood up. Her eyes were emitting a cold, dark green light. Her eyes did not look like a human's eyes. Waves of raging cold air surrounded the Ice Queen. How dare you? How dare you touch my right hand? You're the first one in many years. Now you have two choices. One is to become my boy toy and serve me forever in this ice palace. The other is to die. The queen held the scepter in her hand, and her green eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. No one could tell what the queen was thinking. Crack! At the same time, a series of cracking sounds rang out in the palace. Ice shards fell from the surface of the ice sculptures in the hall. Then, they walked out of the ice sculptures and knelt before the throne. Greetings, Your Highness the Queen. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, let me introduce you. This is my new male pet. You're not allowed to bully my new male pet in the future. Do you understand? The queen nodded and pointed at Zhuowen with her right hand. Following the words, countless cold gazes gathered on Zhuowen's figure. Zhuowen could sense a hint of coldness and jealousy from the gazes. It was obvious that the identity of the queen's pet had displeased them greatly. Your Highness the Queen, what ability does this weak human have to be qualified to be your new boy toy? Now, I would like to see what this human has to offer. Let's see if he is qualified. A strange creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human walked out from the crowd. Its triangular eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen, and then it attacked directly. A mere human dares to become Her Highness the Queen's pet? You will die without a doubt. The creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human appeared in front of Zhuowen in an instant. It swung its right fist, and countless snake shadows appeared. It was as if there were tens of thousands of snakes rushing out, wanting to tear Zhuowen apart in an instant. In the hall, many creatures had mocking looks on their faces. The strength of this creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was one of the best among them. It was also a loyal admirer of the queen. Most of the male pets that the queen had chosen before had been killed by this creature. Of course, the actions of this creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human were mostly permitted by the queen. If the male pet that the queen wanted was too weak, he deserved to die. Looking at the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human, Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly. This creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human. Then he twisted his hand, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Following the sound of bones cracking, there was a miserable cry. Everyone was shocked to see that the right hand of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was being squeezed by Zhuowen. Under Zhuowen's twisting, the entire right hand was twisted and broken. Then, Zhuowen pulled his right hand and blood spurted out. The creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human let out another miserable cry. His right arm was torn off by Zhuowen. Blood dripped onto the ground and formed a large pool of blood. Zhuowen stepped out with his right foot and stomped heavily on the chest of the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human. Under the powerful force, the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human was stomped to the ground by Zhuowen. He spat out another mouthful of blood. In the palace, there was a sudden silence. Everyone stared blankly at the creature with the head of a snake and the body of a human under his foot. Until now, they had not recovered from their shock. The latter had been defeated just like that. Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly. The Ice Queen, who was standing in front of the throne, stared at Zhuowen with her green eyes. There was a different look in her eyes. Zhuowen stepped out with his right foot again, stomping heavily on the chest of the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human, as he said coldly and emotionlessly, "With your little bit of strength, you dare to teach me a lesson?" Spitting out another mouthful of blood, the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human was filled with shock. He hurriedly begged, "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to provoke you again. From now on, you'll be the queen's boy toy." The Ice Queen nodded and said indifferently, "Since Protector Snake has begged for mercy, then let him go. Right now, you do indeed have the right to be my boy toy." Zhuowen's gaze was calm. He raised his head and stared at the Ice Queen. He sneered, "Boy toy?" As he said that, Zhuowen stomped his foot down. A terrifying force crushed down like a mountain. Then the eyes of the creature with the head of a human and the body of a human bulged out. Under this force, he was turned into a bloody mist. The palace fell silent once more. The various creatures in the surroundings all stared at Zhuowen blankly. This human actually dared to disobey the queen right in front of her and even killed Protector Snake. This human was simply too fearless. "My boy toy, aren't your actions too much?" The Ice Queen's face was dark and sunken. "Too much? This fellow was obviously trying to kill me. If I wasn't strong enough, then I would have become a corpse. Also, when did I say that I want to be your boy toy? Why do you have to make me your boy toy?" Zhuowen said provocatively. What joke is this human making? He actually rejected being the queen's boy toy and even provoked her in front of everyone. Is he asking to die? The surrounding living beings stared at Zhuowen like they were looking at an idiot. If this human's brain wasn't sick, then he shouldn't have said such words. "You don't want to be my boy toy?" The Ice Queen's dark green eyes became incomparably dark and cold. She indifferently stared at Zhuowen. Her voice was as cold as the winter. At the same time, the cold air around her body became more and more terrifying. "Tell me the exit of this world of ice and snow, or die." Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. He stepped forward, and the flames of the sun enveloped his body. He instantly pounced towards the Ice Queen on the throne. The terrifying flames of the sun dyed the cold palace with a bit of warmth. The living beings in the palace all distanced themselves from Zhuowen. They were born in the cold, and what they feared the most was the color of the sun, especially the terrifying flames of the sun. "Intruder, originally, I wanted to give you a way out and let you become my boy toy to fall into this world of ice and snow forever. Unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it. Since that's the case, then I can only leave you here forever." The Ice Queen said indifferently. A terrifying snowstorm surged out from the entire hall, sweeping up countless amounts of ice and snow and instantly enveloping Zhuowen. The crying of ice and snow can only be soothed by burial. A murmur sounded out. The terrifying snowstorm actually turned into the shape of a huge ice tomb. Above the snowstorm, a huge ice tombstone that was dozens of feet tall descended and drilled into the snowstorm, wanting to bury Zhuowen in the snowstorm. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. He immediately transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms. He punched towards the sky. Wrapped in layers of flames of the sun, he instantly shattered the falling ice tombstone, turning it into countless ice shards. At the same time, Zhuowen also took out the divine sun cauldron. Endless flames of the sun surged out. The surrounding snowstorm was actually blocked by the flames of the sun. It couldn't hurt Zhuowen at all. "Break! Break! Break!" Zhuowen roared angrily. The other 7 types of earth fire on his body surged out at the same time, turning into 7 colored flames. Along with the flames of the sun, they spread towards the snowstorm. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds rang out. Then, the surrounding snowstorm immediately dissipated. Zhuowen brought 8 types of flames with him. Stepping on the flames of the sun, he suddenly rushed out towards the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. Moreover, his body actually contained so many terrifying flames. He instantly broke the power of the snowstorm she used. Snowflower. The Ice Queen didn't rush. She raised her scepter again. Countless amounts of cold air turned into snowflowers. These snowflowers bloomed one by one in the air. The cold air they emitted reached a demonic blue color, as if even space was about to freeze. Boom! The 8 types of flames actually stopped when they hit the snowflowers. They were completely blocked outside. Moreover, due to the terrifying cold air of the snowflowers, the 8 types of flames showed signs of being frozen. Fire Fusion Art. 8 types of earth fire, fuse for me. Chapter 988. 1,000 feet tall, body boom boom boom. The 8-colored flame, formed by the fusion of 8 different types of flames, was too terrifying. The terrifying flame spread throughout the entire space. The pristine snowflowers were roasted by the 8-colored flame and turned into countless drops of snow water. So, as the snowflakes melted, Zhuowen's right palm suddenly struck out. 8-colored flames were added to his right palm, which directly penetrated the wilted snowflakes. Then, his right palm, which was covered in flames, landed heavily in front of the queen. The Ice Snow Queen's calm face was filled with shock. How was this human so terrifying? He actually broke her snow flower in an instant. However, the Ice Queen is still calm and unruffled. With a wave of her scepter, countless amounts of ice and snow energy transformed into an ice shield, wanting to block Zhuowen's right palm. Can you block it? Zhuowen said calmly. He punched the ice shield, and the terrifying 8-colored flame surged out. With a cracking sound, the ice shield broke apart and turned into ice shards. Dang, dang, dang. The Ice Snow Queen's expression changed. She stood up from the throne and retreated. She waved the scepter in her hand, and only then did she cancel out Zhuowen's punch. How are you so strong? The Ice Snow Queen's eyes were filled with frost, and her face was filled with shock. Zhuowen stepped in the air and stood on the 8-colored flame. He looked down on the Ice Snow Queen and said, "Tell me the exit of this ice world." The Ice Snow Queen's face was filled with frost, and she said coldly, "You don't have the right to know the exit." As she spoke, the Ice Queen raised her scepter again and chanted a mantra. Then, boundless power of ice and snow surged out once more. Then, the entire ice palace started to tremble. Then, Zhuowen felt an extremely powerful pushing force coming from the palace. The pushing force was terrifying, and Zhuowen felt that he couldn't resist it. He flew out and was pushed out of the palace. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen's gaze turned grave as he landed on the ground outside the ice palace. At that moment, the huge ice palace had turned into a huge ice giant. This ice giant was close to 1,000 feet tall. It was much stronger than the ice giants formed by the snow mountains on the snow path. So, the Ice Snow Queen held her scepter and stood on the shoulder of the ice giant. Her jade-green eyes looked down on Zhuowen, and her face was filled with frost. "I gave you a chance to be my pet, but you didn't cherish it. You won't have another chance." Standing on the ice giant's shoulder, the Ice Snow Queen's voice was indifferent. "Huh." The snow giant roared angrily as its mountain-like fist came crashing down, smashing into the area where Zhuowen was. So, Zhuowen had 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he stood. The ice giant's fist smashed into the area where he stood, creating a crater that was dozens of feet deep. Countless ice shards flew out. "You won't be able to escape." The Ice Snow Queen's voice rang out again. The ice giant's attack didn't change and continued to attack Zhuowen. 1,000 feet tall body. Zhuowen roared and turned into a 1,000 feet tall body with 4 heads and 8 arms. His eyes were wide open and 8 colored flames surrounded him. He looked like a demon and a god. The snow giant threw a punch, but Zhuowen's 8 arms blocked in front of him. Then, he abruptly hugged the giant's fist. Zhuowen only felt a terrifying power that could collapse heaven and earth. Then, under this power, he continuously retreated. His feet stepped on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground. He actually blocked it? The Ice Snow Queen's pupils constricted. She looked at the 4-headed, 8-armed Zhuowen who was trying his best to hug the ice giant's fist. However, this ice giant was close to 1,000 feet tall. Zhuowen's 1,000 feet body was still small and weak in front of it. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Ice Snow Queen snorted and smashed her scepter on the ice giant's head. Suddenly, the ice giant's eyes glowed with a demonic blue. It roared and went into a berserk state. Dang, dang, dang. The ice giant's power increased by a lot. Even though Zhuowen had 4 heads and 8 arms, he was still forced back by this huge power. His blood boiled, and he almost couldn't hold on. 1,000-feet-tall body. Zhuowen roared. His entire body was covered in golden light. His body grew 10 times taller, and he became 1,000-feet-tall giant. Zhuowen still cultivated the nirvana of the great sun to the limit of the 4th level of Dharma. His limit was to become 1,000 feet tall. There was a 5th level of the nirvana of the great sun. It was called undying indestructibility. Zhuowen knew that if he could reach the 5th level of undying indestructibility, his body would become 10,000 feet tall, and he would be able to look down on all living things. However, the 5th level of the nirvana of the great sun was too difficult to break through. Zhuowen had broken through to Dharma for some time, but he was still stuck at the edge of the peak of Dharma. However, it was also because of the difficulty of breaking through to undying indestructibility that Zhuowen knew that if he really broke through to the 5th level of nirvana of the great sun, then his body and power would undergo a true transformation. It would transform to an extremely perverse state. Of course, all of this was just his guess. He had not come into contact with the edge of undying indestructibility yet. What's wrong with this human? He actually turned into 1,000-feet-tall giant? The Ice Snow Queen was stunned. She didn't expect Zhuowen to become so huge. Scram! Zhuowen roared angrily and punched out as well, slamming heavily into the snow giant's right fist. Brute force surged out, causing space to almost completely collapse. Then, Zhuowen's remaining 7 arms did not remain idle either, attacking the snow giant's blind spots from 7 different angles. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 punches landed on the ice giant's body at the same time, causing the ice giant to wail in pain and retreat. The body that was formed by the power of ice and snow almost collapsed under the terrifying power of the punches. I enjoyed the beating just now. Now it's my turn. His feet landed on the ground, and the entire world of ice and snow shook. Then, Zhuowen appeared in front of the ice giant in an instant. He punched the ice giant one after another. Every punch landed on the ice giant's body, and golden light burst out. The space exploded and the ice shattered. Gotcha! The ice giant was almost suppressed by Zhuowen. Finally, after receiving more than 50 punches, the ice giant roared into the sky and shattered into pieces of ice. The Ice Snow Queen's face changed, and she retreated a few hundred meters. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she stared at the ice giant that was almost crippled. What happened? Queen, why did the Ice Palace's guardians suddenly collapse? The moment the ice giant shattered, many figures came out from it. Their eyes were filled with fear. When the Ice Palace turned into a giant, they were all in the hall. However, when the ice giant was being suppressed by Zhuowen, many of the living beings in the palace felt that something was wrong. When the ice giant collapsed, they finally couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts, and they all ran out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Tell me the exit, or all of you will die. Zhuowen, who was 1,000 feet tall, took a few steps forward and looked down at the Ice Snow Queen and the living beings that were surrounded by ice sculptures. The Ice Palace's guardian was destroyed by this human? How can a mere human be so strong? The living beings looked up at Zhuowen, who was 1,000 feet tall, and their hearts were filled with fear. Zhuowen was 1,000 feet tall, and they were as small as ants in front of Zhuowen. Such a person could kill them all with a slap of his hand. The Ice Snow Queen's heart trembled. This human was too strong. She actually wanted to take him as her pet. Human, if you want to leave this world of ice and snow, you need the scepter in my hand. But you have to promise me that you won't harm us. Looking at Zhuowen's sharp eyes, the Ice Snow Queen submitted. Zhuowen nodded and returned to his normal body. He spread his hands at the Ice Snow Queen and said, "Give it to me. Give me the Ice Snow Scepter, and I will spare your lives." The Ice Snow Queen nodded and respectfully handed the Ice Snow Scepter to Zhuowen. She forced a smile and said, "Human, take the Ice Snow Scepter and follow the snow path. You will see a door. This Ice Snow Scepter is the key to that door." Zhuowen nodded. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the Ice Snow Scepter in his hand. The cold energy within it was extremely terrifying and dense. Zhuowen even suspected that the cold energy within the scepter had surpassed all the Earth-class cold energy. Of course, it still couldn't compare to the Heaven-class cold energy. What a powerful cold energy. All right, behind this world of ice and snow, how many more checkpoints are there? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The Ice Snow Queen was startled. Soon after, she honestly said, "There are 3 more checkpoints. Only by passing those 3 checkpoints can you smoothly reach the end of the stone cave and obtain the corresponding jade token." Hearing that, Zhuowen pondered for a while. His feet stepped, and he directly flew along the snow path in front of him. His figure instantly disappeared. The Ice Snow Queen and the surrounding creatures all had complicated expressions. One of them sighed. "This human in front of us seems to be much stronger than the humans that came before. He actually defeated the giant guard so easily." The Ice Snow Queen nodded. Soon after, she ordered, "You don't need to care about this anymore. Rebuild the Ice Palace. We will continue to sleep and wait for the next challenger." Whoosh! At the end of the snow path, a figure instantly flew over. Soon, he stopped in front of a huge stone door. This stone door was 10 zhang wide. Its surface was filled with mottled traces of time. It looked very ancient. In front of the stone door, there was a groove. It should be something like a keyhole. Looks like the Ice Snow Scepter should be the real key to this stone door. Let's give it a try. Chapter 989. Absorbing the Sea of Magma. What a terrifying temperature. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he involuntarily took a few steps back. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen immediately dispersed the heat that was invading from behind the stone door. Soon after, Zhuowen's gaze converged on the world behind the stone door. This was a terrifying world filled with magma and flames. As far as the eye could see, there was a suspended stone bridge above this world of magma. Moreover, the surface of the stone bridge was covered with traces of cracks. Between the cracks, streams of magma flowed. At the end of the suspended stone bridge, there was an island suspended in midair. At the end of the island, there was an empty door. Zhuowen knew that the empty door was the exit of this world of magma. I wonder what dangers exist in this world of magma. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step out, the Saint Ice rune in his left hand suddenly flickered, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Looking at the flickering Saint Ice rune, a puzzled look appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He did not know what was going on with the Saint Ice rune. Why did something so strange happen? However, Zhuowen soon found out the reason. He saw a hexahedral ice crystal fly out from the Saint Ice rune. With a swoosh, it flew towards the ice scepter in the keyhole of the stone door. A 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva? Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he recognized the identity of this strange ice crystal with a single glance. Back then, Zhuowen had placed the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva in the space of the Saint Ice rune to be nurtured. After all, the cold chi within the Saint Ice rune was extremely powerful, and the environment was extremely suitable for the growth of the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva. Zhuowen had placed the larva inside with the intention of giving it a try. If it could really hatch, it would naturally be for the best. After all, the mysterious soul ice butterfly had great potential. If it was nurtured well, it could definitely advance to the terrifying Fey Emperor realm. Originally, Zhuan had thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 years for the mysterious soul ice butterfly to hatch. However, he did not expect that the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva would suddenly undergo a change today. With a step, Zhuan arrived behind the stone door. He saw that the ice crystal had actually absorbed into the ice scepter. The 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva hidden within the ice crystal made a strange, sizzling sound. Next, Zhuan's sharp senses discovered that the larva was actually beginning to absorb the powerful cold qi within the ice scepter. This frost scepter is good for larvae? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself in surprise. Of the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite larva's larva, was the mysterious ice larva of the 10,000 was. Kid, I'm afraid that the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva is about to hatch. Kid, hurry up and drip your blood on it. If you wait until the larva has completely hatched, it will be too late. Seeing that Xiao He was so cautious, Zhuan hurriedly bit his thumb and dripped a drop of blood on the surface of the ice crystal. The drop of blood was then absorbed by the ice crystal. The larva's green eyes turned blood red, looking even more bizarre than before. However, with a thought, Zhuan discovered that there was an additional consciousness in his sea of consciousness. This consciousness was very unfamiliar, and it seemed to be very dependent on Zhuan. It was like a baby beast crying piteously for food. This consciousness belongs to the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva. Zhuan asked doubtfully. Nonsense. Other than the larva, who do you think it belongs to? You should put away the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite larva first. Let it absorb for a while, and then it will be able to hatch the mysterious soul ice butterfly. Xiao He continued. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. With a thought, he put the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite into his spirit ring. The 10,000-year mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite was firmly attached to the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite, tirelessly absorbing the powerful ice energy in the mysterious soul ice butterfly parasite. After dealing with the 10,000-year mysterious soul ice parasite larva, Zhuan stepped into the world of magma. The temperature of this world of magma was indeed terrifying. Even Zhuan felt his face and ears turn red. His forehead was burning. I have to get out of this world of magma as soon as possible. Zhuan's eyes were faintly red. This was a reaction caused by the high temperature. Fortunately, he had the sacred ice rune. Although he still felt very hot, it was much better than before. This suspended stone bridge is very dangerous. Moreover, in this world of magma, the gravity is hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. Even if you use 3 pairs of lightning wings, I'm afraid that your speed will be very slow. Xiao He said solemnly. Zhuan nodded. The moment he stepped into the world of magma, he had already felt the terrifying gravity of this world. This gravity was like a mountain crushing his body, causing his waist to bend, and he almost could not stand up straight. Fortunately, he had cultivated the nirvana of the great sun, so the strength of his physical body was extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Zhuan stepped onto the stone bridge, the magma below turned into fiery pythons and swept toward Zhuan, wanting to devour Zhuan completely. Zhuan's complexion slightly changed. He exerted a palm power from his right hand, and a terrifying yuan power poured out. It immediately blocked the magma fire python outside. However, there were too many magma fire pythons. Zhuan was overwhelmed. Kid, your sacred fire rune can control all the flames in the world. You don't need to block the flames of magma. Use your sacred fire rune to control the flames of magma. Xiao He's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuan's eyes to brighten. He nodded, and the sacred fire rune in his right hand shone with a blazing light. Then, with the help of the sacred fire rune, the fiery pythons that rushed out from the sea of magma below stopped in their tracks. Tens of thousands of fire pythons came to a stop above Zhuo. Then, they started circling around Zhuo. It was as though they were protecting him. The flames of magma in this world of magma were quite powerful. If he could absorb them into the sacred fire rune, it would be a very powerful method. Zhuo suddenly had an idea. He pinched his right hand, and with a thought, a powerful suction force came from the sacred fire rune. Then, the fiery pythons that were circling around Zhuo's body all rushed into the sacred fire rune in his right hand. Absorb all of them. The magma in this world of magma was very powerful. Zhuo naturally would not let it go. He simply released the sacred fire rune and began to let it absorb the sea of magma below the stone bridge. The sacred fire rune was indeed powerful. Although the magma in this world of magma was extraordinary, it was a pity that it was still insufficient in front of the sacred fire rune that could control all flames in the world. Boom, boom, boom. The sea of magma below the stone bridge began to boil. In the middle of the sea of magma, terrifying waves of magma began to sweep out. The magma storm soared into the sky, crossed the stone bridge, and descended above Zhuo. Then, under the suction force of the sacred fire rune, all of it rushed into the sacred fire rune. The entire sea of magma began to boil. Zhuo's eyes were filled with madness. He completely released the sacred fire rune and allowed it to absorb the sea of magma. Kid, this sea of magma is too vast. You can't absorb it all. Xiao He frowned. Not necessarily, Zhuo said. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he jumped down from the stone bridge and rushed toward the sea of magma below. Zhuo knew that if the sea of magma was completely absorbed into the sacred fire rune, it would greatly increase his combat strength. This madman, Xiao He, was somewhat helpless. However, he also followed Zhuo and dived down. Since this kid wanted to go crazy, then he would accompany him. Zhuo landed on top of the sea of magma. The power of the sacred fire rune gushed out and formed a huge whirlpool in the middle of the sea of magma. Zhuo followed the whirlpool and dived to the bottom of the sea of magma. His right hand slammed on the ground at the bottom. The sacred fire rune was blazing to the extreme. The sea of magma began to boil, and countless huge waves were set off. Absorb all of it, Zhuo roared. The rune of the sacred fire rune slowly spread from the back of Zhuo's right hand to Zhuo's entire body. The surrounding magma flowed into the sacred fire rune around Zhuo's body. He actually spread the sacred fire rune all over his body to increase the area of magma absorption. This kid is smart. No wonder he jumped down from the stone bridge. Looking at this scene, the worry in Xiao He's eyes disappeared and was replaced by admiration. The sea of magma raged for a full hour. After an hour, the sea of magma had completely disappeared, leaving only the barren riverbed. Zhuo stood quietly at the bottom of the riverbed. The sacred fire rune around his body was suffused with a fiery glow. It looked extremely strange. However, the sacred fire rune slowly faded and gathered on the back of Zhuo's right hand. Whoosh! Xiao He came to Zhuo's shoulder and praised, "I didn't expect you to use such a method to absorb the sea of magma. This is somewhat beyond my expectations." Zhuo grinned and said, "I thought of it in a flash. This sea of magma is very terrifying. If I release all of it, even an early-stage, heavenly venerable expert would find it difficult to resist. Yes, this sea of magma is indeed much more powerful than ordinary magma. Moreover, you have absorbed the entire sea of magma into the sacred fire rune. Its power is really terrifying." Xiao He nodded in agreement. The sea of magma has disappeared, and so has the powerful gravitational force. It seems that the gravitational force in the sea of magma is all thanks to this sea of magma. Now, we should leave this world of magma. As Zhuo spoke, he stomped his foot and jumped back onto the stone bridge. His entire body passed through the stone bridge like a ghost. Soon, he arrived at the floating island at the end of the stone bridge. There was nothing on the island. Zhuo searched for a while and lost interest. He left the island and stepped into the void gate in front of the island. Chapter 990. Thousand Beasts Bridgeshua Wind's eyes revealed a trace of a strange expression as he looked at the dazzling corridors around him. He had just walked out of the dangerous world of lava and suddenly arrived at such an extravagant place. Anyone would feel a trace of strangeness. This should be the fourth trial. After passing this trial, there will only be one trial left. At that time, I'll be able to reach the end of the grotto. Zhuan's eyes flickered. Back when he had challenged the world of ice, the Ice Queen had said that there were 3 more trials. He had already passed the world of lava, so there were only 2 left. This time, the Thousand Beast Grotto was a race against time. Moreover, Zhuan had passed the first 3 trials very quickly, especially the world of lava. With his Fire Saint Rune's ability to control fire, Zhuan's speed was much faster than the others. For the remaining 2 trials, if Zhuan's speed wasn't slow either, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 500. Moreover, his ranking might even be very high. Thinking of this, Zhuan's footsteps sped up. He practically turned into an afterimage as he passed through the dazzling corridors. Very quickly, Zhuan walked to the end of the corridor. Soon after, he arrived at a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. Numerous oriole-like hums were transmitted over. There were actually over a dozen beautiful figures fooling around in front of the garden. Birds chirping and fragrant flowers, beautiful scenery. The dozen or so playful beauties were all in the prime of their youth. Their figures were graceful and enchanting. Moreover, what made one's nose bleed was that these beauties were all wearing gauze. Their snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the gauze, causing one's blood to boil. "Young master, let's play together." The beauties arrived in front of Zhuan and pulled him over without any explanation. Their bell-like voices constantly rang out in the garden. The gauze beauties all stuck close to Zhuan. What was even worse was that one of them used her ample bosom to rub against Zhuan's back. This caused a strange expression to appear on Zhuan's face as a ball of lust rose in his lower abdomen. "Young master, how about falling into the mortal world with us concubines forever? We will definitely serve young master well and won't disappoint him." Their hot breath drifted to Zhuan's ears. There were even a few women who were sticking close to Zhuan. Their small, fragrant tongues were sticking out. It was indescribably seductive. Falling into the mortal world forever. Zhuan took a deep breath and slowly spat out a word, "Scram." The women's expressions changed slightly. Then, they started to entangle him again like water snakes. They used all their methods and laughed. "What? Does young master think that we are not good? Life is short and bitter. If there's wine today, there's no need for young master to face difficulties and pursue the path of the martial Tao. Why don't we just enjoy ourselves and play around in the human world? Isn't that great?" The seductive voice continued to ring out, adding a trace of enchantment and seduction. Waves of heat rose from the surroundings, and the surrounding graceful women began to dance. Their veils slowly slid down, revealing their snow-white skin and deep collarbones. "You are not qualified to make me fall into the mortal world forever. Scram." Zhuan slowly closed his eyes. Then, a golden Buddha's eye appeared between his eyebrows. The Buddha's light covered Zhuan's entire body, forming the shadow of an ancient Buddha behind him. Buddha says, "Everything is illusory. Only my heart is true." The sound of Sanskrit came out from the shadow of the ancient Buddha. Then, golden words gushed out continuously. The terrifying Buddha's light shrouded the entire garden. At the same time, Zhuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The Buddha's eye between his eyebrows bloomed. The shadow of the ancient Buddha stood behind Zhuan, unmoving like a mountain. "I'm the ancient Buddha." The garden, the beauties, and the beautiful scenery all disappeared at this moment. Just like Buddha says, "Everything is illusory. Only my heart is true." I grant you supreme authority. You will be able to control the life and death of countless people in the world. You will be under one and above all. The beauties disappeared. A middle-aged man in yellow robes came before Zhuan. He promised countless benefits and bestowed endless wealth and supreme authority to Zhuan. Zhuan sat on the ground, his Buddha's light boundless. He wasn't affected by the authority. The scene changed again. At this moment, the members of the Zhuo family were all trapped in the Azure Emperor's Yuan energy cage. Zhuo Xiaodian was also being stepped on by the Azure Emperor. The young man looked at Zhuowen with provocation. Your father is trash. Your son is no better. You want to fight with me? Dream on. Now, not only will your father die, your family will also be destroyed. Everything you have will be destroyed by me. Moreover, I will cripple your cultivation. Not only that, I will make you suffer forever. Emperor Qing laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with arrogance. To him, Zhuowen was just a pitiful ant. Finally, Zhuowen opened his eyes slowly. He stared at the Azure Emperor and said, Don't worry. When I step into the Emperor realm, you and the Azure Mystic Empire will be completely destroyed. Now, scram. After speaking, Zhuowen was still unmoved. With a wave of his sleeve, the Azure Emperor and the members of the Zhuo family were all wiped away. The scene changed again. At this moment, it was an endless Azura hell. In this hell, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless skeletons were piled up like mountains. In the sky above hell, a huge blood figure slowly walked over. Blood demon? Zhuowen looked up at the blood figure and said calmly, Hee, little bastard, you don't know that it's me, right? You actually dared to use the demon-sealing green coffin to imprison me. You're simply courting death. Now that I am out and my cultivation has recovered, you are dead for sure. As he said that, the blood demon extended a bloody hand that blotted out the sky and enveloped Zhuowen. He wanted to completely annihilate Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly looked at the bloody hand that was slowly descending. His hands were behind his back. His eyes were filled with calmness. He muttered softly, Everything is illusory. Boom! The bloody hand swung down and landed on the ground. Instantly, the entire space was destroyed. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The sky changed color and dark clouds filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, Zhuowen was as calm as water. He stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. The bloody hand fell and passed through his body. The ground cracked and revealed a deep abyss. Zhuowen was still standing at the same spot and did not fall. Lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed on the top of his head, but it passed through Zhuowen's body. It turned out that everything was illusory. In here, the world in the eyes was fake. Everything in the ears was fake. The world that the five senses sensed did not exist. The fourth stage is an illusory realm. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of golden light. It became more and more intense. The Buddha's eye between his eyebrows bloomed with golden light. The golden light instantly filled the entire space. When the golden light finally disappeared, the space returned to normal. Everything was illusory. Everything disappeared without a trace. Whether it was glory, wealth, or prosperity, everything disappeared. Only a barren land was left. Standing quietly in this barren land, Zhuowen tilted his head and looked at the end of the barren land. There was a deep cave there. That cave should be the exit of this illusory realm. The last stage. A look of excitement appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly entered the cave. After the cave, there was one grotto after another. Zhuowen passed through one grotto after another and finally reached the end. Zhuowen's footsteps also stopped. At this moment, in front of Zhuowen, there was a huge beast. This beast was extremely illusory. What was even more strange was that this beast's head was constantly changing. It was as if this beast had tens of thousands of beast heads. It looked extremely strange. On the back of this giant beast was a huge stone bridge. This stone bridge narrowed slowly from the beginning to the end, and there were 16 figures standing on this stone bridge. The 16 figures were all dressed in black robes. Their entire faces were covered by black hats. It was impossible to see their true faces. Zhuowen found that the strength of these 16 figures ranged from the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. Each person was in a different realm. There were exactly 16 people. If we pass through this giant beast bridge, we should be able to reach the exit. And this last stage is for everyone to pass together. Staring at the giant beast bridge, Zhuan also noticed that there were caves in front of the bridge. These caves were exactly the same as the one Zhuan had come out of. Clearly, these caves were the exits of the other participants. It was clear that this final trial wasn't a trial for individuals, but a trial for all the martial artists who were challenging the myriad beast grotto. What are the rules of this last stage? Zhuan asked the black-robed man at the front of the giant beast's head. Originally, Zhuan only wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect the black-robed man to really answer his question. The Thousand Beast Bridge has 16 sovereigns. Their strength ranges from the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm to the peak of the Dao Heavenly Master realm. The final ranking is based on the time taken to pass the Thousand Beast Bridge and arrive here. The black-robed man said coldly. In other words, if two people defeat the same number of venerables on the 10,000 Beast Bridge, the person who arrives first will be ranked higher? Zhuan asked with bright eyes. You are very smart. This is the rule of the Thousand Beast Bridge. The black-robed man nodded. Then, am I the first person to arrive here? Zhuan asked again. Zhuan believed that with the speed he'd passed through the trials earlier, and because his cultivation was only at the Exalt realm, the difficulty of the trials he'd set wouldn't be too difficult. So, Zhuan felt that his speed was rather fast, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to arrive here before the others. No one has attempted the Thousand Beast Bridge yet. You are the first, the black-robed man said indifferently. Oh, I'm the first? Zhuan was stunned. He didn't expect to be the first to arrive at the Thousand Beast Bridge. In other words, if he, Zhuan, defeated all 16 sovereigns on the Thousand Beast Bridge, then the title of first place among the new students would be his. Even if the powerful Yuan Zhao had the strength to defeat all 16 sovereigns, it was impossible for him to surpass him. After all, Zhuan was the first to arrive at the Thousand Beast Bridge. Moreover, he had defeated all 16 sovereigns. Yuan Zhao was powerful, but it was impossible for him to surpass Zhuan. Chapter 991. The last stage Zhuan took a step forward and rushed towards the first black-robed man. The battle intent on his body was monstrous, forming a terrifying storm of energy behind him. The first black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with indifference. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Zhuan. Get lost! Zhuan's right palm suddenly blasted out, and a terrifying Yuan power poured out. The first black-robed man didn't even have a chance to make a sound before he was smashed to pieces by Zhuan. The cultivation of the first black-robed man was only at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, which was too weak for Zhuan. However, what surprised Zhuan was that after the first black-robed man was smashed into nothingness, another black-robed man appeared in his original position. He sat cross-legged and didn't even look at Zhuan. Obviously, after Zhuan killed the first black-robed man, this new black-robed man replaced the one that was killed. He had already tacitly allowed Zhuan to pass through this place. Not a real person, nor an illusion? Then what kind of existence are these black-robed men? Looking at the new black-robed man, sitting in the first black-robed man's position, Zhuan discovered that this black-robed man's aura was exactly the same as the one that was killed. They were basically the same person. After thinking for a moment, Zhuan stopped thinking about this somewhat profound question and walked towards the second black-robed man. The second black-robed man did the same thing as the first black-robed man. When Zhuan approached, he blocked Zhuan's path and launched his own attack. Unfortunately, the second black-robed man was only at the intermediate stage of the Xuanzuan realm, and Zhuan still annihilated him with a single palm. Ding, ding, ding. Footsteps slowly sounded from the Myriad Beast Bridge. The four black-robed men from the Xuanzuan realm couldn't stop Zhuan at all. They couldn't even take a single blow from Zhuan, so Zhuan easily crossed the Xuanzuan realm and arrived in front of the four supreme realm black-robed men. The three black-robed men at the early stage, mid-stage, and late-stage supreme being realm still couldn't force Zhuan to use his weapon. Zhuan annihilated the three of them with a single palm strike and arrived in front of the black-robed man at the peak supreme being realm. To be able to possess such terrifying combat prowess at the late stage of the supreme realm, your talent is truly frightening. However, if you wish to pass through this trial of mine so easily, you will have to use your full strength. I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. The black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm said indifferently. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you. Zhuan shook his head. How arrogant. Let's see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. After the black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm finished speaking, he stomped his foot and a terrifying aura surged out. He slammed his right palm forward and a dark energy burst out, forming countless black chains that attempted to bind Zhuan. Scram! Zhuan waved his right hand, and the blood spear appeared in his palm. Following which, a terrifying spear aura erupted, and countless blood seas surged out of the void and swept towards the black-robed man at the peak of the supreme realm. Boom! In a single exchange, the black-robed man was turned into dust by the blood seas. Zhuan also crossed the supreme realm area and arrived in front of the 4 black-robed men at the golden supreme being realm. A mere supreme realm cultivator actually managed to break into the golden supreme being realm area. How rare. Unfortunately, you won't be able to pass through me. The black-robed man at the early stage golden supreme being realm slowly stood up with a cold smile on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, the blood seas turned into a terrifying blood vortex and instantly engulfed the black-robed man. The black-robed man was annihilated before he could even react. You talk too much, Zhuan muttered as he swept towards the middle-stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man. The middle-stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man did not dare to be negligent. He had clearly seen the fate of the early-stage golden supreme being realm cultivator. Although the young man before him was only at the late-stage supreme realm, his combat strength was terrifying. It's actually the force of heaven and earth. No wonder you could instantly kill an early-stage golden supreme being realm cultivator. Your combat strength is terrifying, and I am no match for you. The middle-stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man looked at the blood seas that surrounded Zhuan and nodded. He simply gave up resisting and opened up a path for Zhuan. I don't have to kill you black-robed men to pass through. Seeing that the middle-stage golden supreme being realm black-robed man in front of him took the initiative to open up a path, Zhuan asked in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhuan strangely and said, "The rules did not say that you have to kill the black-robed man. As long as you can cross over the black-robed man, it will be fine." Hearing that, Zhuan nodded speechlessly. He had misunderstood the rules all along. If he had known earlier, he would not have needed to expend so much effort to kill the black-robed man. He could have just used his speed to cross over the black-robed man. At the thought of this, Zhuan suddenly grew 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back. With a stomp of his feet, he turned into an illusory lightning radiance and instantly dodged the black-robed men who were at the late stage and peak of the golden supreme being realm. The 2 black-robed men had wanted to intercept Zhuan midway. Unfortunately, Zhuan's speed was beyond their expectations. Although the 2 of them pounced at the same time, they could not stop Zhuan. They could only watch as the lightning radiance that Zhuan had turned in a flash past them. Stay here. How dare a mere supreme being attempt to pass through the Heavenly Venerables area? In the Heavenly Venerables area, the early stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely sharp. He grabbed at the void with his claws, and an extremely thick wall of yuan qi formed around him. His purpose was to prevent Zhuan from using his speed to pass through his area. Boom! Zhuan slammed heavily into the wall of yuan qi, causing it to shake violently. However, it did not collapse. Instead, it shook a few times and returned to normal. Swoosh! Zhuan stopped in front of the early stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man. His gaze was extremely cold as he said, "You intend to stop me? You are merely a supreme being. If I allow you to pass through, won't I become a laughing stock?" The early stage Heavenly Venerables black-robed man sneered. Zhuan nodded and said, "In that case, let's fight." As he spoke, Zhuan displayed his 4 heads and 8 arms. He held 8 blood spears in his hands and displayed 8 Azura blood spear auras. 8 blood rivers burst out from the void and surrounded the early stage Heavenly Venerable's black-robed man like 8 waterfalls. The black-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. The strength that this supreme being had displayed was somewhat beyond his expectations. He was clearly only a supreme being, but he was actually able to display such a terrifying attack. Strangle, Zhuowen said indifferently. Then, the early stage Heavenly Venerable's black-robed man's eyes bulged slightly. He was completely shredded into nothingness by the 8 blood rivers. You also want to stop me? After killing the early stage Heavenly Venerable's black-robed man, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of the middle stage Heavenly Venerable's black-robed man. His eyes were filled with a hint of bloodlust. You're very strong, but the gap between us is huge. Are you really confident that you can pass through me? The middle stage Heavenly Venerable's black-robed man stood in front of Zhuowen and said expressionlessly. Zhuowen didn't speak, but the battle intent on his body became even more tyrannical and intense. This performance already represented Zhuowen's answer. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 air-piercing sounds came from this space. Then, 2 figures rushed out from 2 of the numerous caves in front of the Myriad Beast Bridge. Of the 2 figures, one was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary appearance. He was the eldest prince of the Yaoguang's sacred dynasty, Yuan Zhao. The other person had a long sword on his back, and his spine was straight like an unsheathed sword. He looked extremely terrifying. He was the genius of the Myriad Sword sect, Pom Pom. 2 of the 3 monstrous Heavenly Venerables had actually come out from the grotto at the same time. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. The 2 looked at each other and saw the sharpness in each other's eyes. Pom Pom smiled and said, Brother Yuan Zhao, it seems that we came out from the grotto together. It's fate. Yuan Zhao said indifferently, It is indeed fate. However, I think there should be another checkpoint. After all, this space doesn't seem to be the exit of the Myriad Beast Grotto. Pom Pom nodded and said, This should be the fastest time for the 2 of us to come here. Brother Yuan Zhao, look over there. Perhaps the last checkpoint is that stone bridge. Let's go take a look. Yuan Zhao also nodded. Soon after, the 2 of them arrived in front of the 10,000 Beast Bridge. Of course, the 2 of them also asked some questions about the rules of this checkpoint like Zhuowen did. The first black-robed man naturally explained everything in a serious manner. After hearing the rules, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom both released a terrifying aura. Pom laughed loudly and said, The rules of the bridge of 10,000 beasts really suit my temperament. Whoever crosses the bridge first and defeats the most venerables will be ranked first in this year's new student assessment. Brother Yuan Zhao, although you're an early-stage Heavenly Venerate, I'm a sword cultivator. Coupled with the powerful offensive sword techniques of the Myriad Sword sect, you might not have much of an advantage. Yuan Zhao's aura wasn't any weaker than Pom Pom's. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. His eyes were also filled with battle intent. He smiled and said, That might not be the case. However, it's still too early to say that. Only when we go up and try will we know who's stronger and who's weaker. Brother Yuan Zhao is right. Let's go up and try. Pom laughed loudly, his body radiating sharp sword energy. Just as the 2 of them were about to step onto the Myriad Beast Bridge to compete, a loud shout rang out from the other end of the bridge. At the same time, a torrential aura transformed into a ring-shaped wave of energy that spread towards them. The 2 of them, who were originally filled with fighting spirit, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. The 2 of them hadn't even gone up yet, so how could there be such a fierce battle on the 10,000 Beast Bridge? Could it be that someone had already gone up the 10,000 Beast Bridge before them? At the thought of this, the 2 of them finally looked at the end of the bridge. There, they saw a black-haired, black-eyed youth holding a crimson spear. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-stage, Heavenly Venerate black-robed person. Boom, boom. Chapter 992. Chasing and being chased at this moment. In the 1,000 Beast Stonebridge area, a young man with long hair fluttering in the wind held a crimson spear in his hand. He was surrounded by 8 blood seas and was engaged in a fierce battle with a middle-stage heavenly venerate. Palmdeva and Yuan Zhao stared at the young man in disbelief. The young man who was fighting was Zhuo, a mere supreme being. Before the Thousand Beast Grotto, Yuan Sheng and Yuan Kong of the Yaoguang Sacred Dynasty had a conflict with Zhuo. However, both of them had suffered a great loss. Yuan Zhao was about to take action, but he was stopped by the dean. "It's Zhuo? That brat is one step ahead of us." Yuan Zhao's eyes darkened as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His second and third brothers had been humiliated by Zhuo when in front of so many people. It was a slap to the face of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. Yuan Zhao was determined to get back at Zhuo. Moreover, Yuan Zhao had already regarded the title of newcomer king as his own. Therefore, he had spared no effort to pass through the grotto as quickly as possible. Although Palm Depart had appeared in front of the Thousand Beast stone bridge with him, Yuan Zhao was confident in his own strength. Even though Palm Depart was a powerful sword cultivator, he still thought that he had a great advantage and would pass through the grotto earlier than Palm Depart. However, he had never expected that someone had already arrived in front of him and Palm Depart. Moreover, that person was Zhuo, who had a conflict with Yuan Zhao before. "That little bastard. Brother Palm Depart, let's attack him together. We can't let that little bastard pass through the heavenly venerate area. If he defeats the last supreme being, we won't be able to take first place," Yuan Zhao said coldly. Palm Master's expression was somewhat ugly. He had not expected that Zhuo would arrive even faster than him and Yuan Zhao. Therefore, his eyes contained traces of hostility when he looked at Zhuo's figure in battle. Brother Yuan Zhao is right. Let's work together and eliminate Zhuo. As for the new champion, we'll decide it later. Palm Depart nodded and agreed with Yuan Zhao's suggestion. "Go!" After reaching an agreement, the two of them stomped their feet and flew out at the same time. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies and turned into a terrifying vortex storm behind them. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree have arrived. Boom! With a loud explosion, Zhuo took a few steps back. Soon after, his eyes noticed the two figures charging over from the Thousand Beast Stone Bridge. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom were both monstrous celestial venerables. Pom Pom was an early-stage celestial venerate sword cultivator, while Yuan Zhao was a mid-stage celestial venerate. His combat power was probably even more terrifying than Pom Pom's. Either one of them could threaten Zhuo. Zhuo knew that if he allowed the two of them to reach his side, he might really be eliminated by the two of them. "I have to get through the Empyrean area as soon as possible." Zhuo's eyes narrowed. For heads and 8 arms grew out of his body. His combat strength soared to the extreme. Terrifying fighting spirit gushed out continuously, causing Zhuo's robes and long hair to flutter in the wind. His aura was like a rainbow. "Kill!" As he stepped out, a sea of blood gathered. The 8 blood spears were like 8 heavenly pillars that could shatter heaven and earth, crushing down. The mid-stage, celestial venerate black-robed man's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Zhuo's attack to become so fierce. It was beyond his expectations. However, the black-robed man was also difficult to deal with. His lower abdomen shrank, and his entire body arched into the shape of shrimp. Then, he loosened his body and shot out like an arrow from a bow. He waved his palms. Black light filled the air and turned into 2 huge black blades that were dozens of feet long. Slash! The 2 black blades slashed out and collided with the 8 blood spears. Then, an earth-shattering sound resounded and the entire stone bridge shook. Thud! 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 To the black-robed man's horror, the 8 blood spears were too terrifying. The crushing power spread out. He felt as if he was holding 8 huge mountains in his hands. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face pale. Zhuo stepped on the 8 blood spears. His eyes were cold. He stomped his feet, and a terrifying force gushed out. The black-robed man's knees were slightly bent. He was faintly unable to withstand the force. "Let's go." At the same time, Zhuo took a step forward and passed over the black-robed man's head. He instantly arrived in front of the 15th black-robed man. The 15th black-robed man's strength had reached the late stage heavenly venerate. He was originally sitting cross-legged, but he slowly stood up. He glanced indifferently at Zhuan and said, "You're only at the late stage, sovereign stage, but you've reached the late stage heavenly venerate. Your talent and potential are terrifying, but this is the end. If you want to leave the Myriad Beast Bridge now, I can let you go. Even if you didn't pass all the 16 sovereigns on the Myriad Beast Bridge, you should be able to enter the top 3 since you've passed 14. You should let go when it's time to let go. Otherwise, you'll only lose more." Zhuo nodded and said seriously, "You're right, but I still want to give it a try." The 15th black-robed man looked at the serious young man in front of him in astonishment. He didn't expect that the young man would still want to force his way through despite his earnest persuasion. "Zhuo, stop right there, or you'll end up in a miserable state." A loud shout suddenly rang out. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree were rushing through the stone bridge like a hot knife through butter. Both of them possessed extraordinary battle strength, so it only took them an instant to reach the black-robed man's area. The loud shout just now had come from Yuan Zhao. At this moment, Yuan Zhao was like a hot knife through butter. Even though he was in the Golden Venerate's area, he still managed to kill the black-robed man in one move. He was even faster than Palm Tree. Zhuan frowned slightly. Yuan Zhao was so powerful that he could reach the black-robed man's area so quickly. I can't let Yuan Zhao get close. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. With that, Zhuan stomped his foot and his aura surged out. He didn't waste any more words with the 15th black-robed man and directly attacked. Seeing Zhuan's attack, the black-robed man knew what Zhuan's choice was. The aura of an advanced heavenly venerate surged out from his body as he pushed out his right palm and blasted it towards Zhuan. Immediately, countless palm prints appeared and enveloped Zhuan. Boom! Zhuan tapped his forehead with his right hand, and a terrifying mind power surged out. Then, the infinite sword formation turned into rays of sword light and appeared around Zhuan. Flowing sword style. As for Zhuan, he used his 5th sword move, flowing sword style. Suddenly, one sword beam after another transformed into a terrifying sword beam storm, which revolved around Zhuan. Boom! 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 The palm prints collided with the sword light storm, causing a series of explosions. The surrounding space also fell into a state of collapse and trembling. What a powerful mind power! No wonder he dared to enter the Heavenly Venerate's area. It turns out that he was hiding such a powerful mind power. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree, who were in the Golden Venerate's area, also noticed the battle situation on Zhuan's side. When they saw the huge sword light storm formed by the infinite sword formation, their faces turned gloomy. Zhuan's battle strength was already very terrifying. With the help of his mind power, the strength he could unleash would definitely be terrifying. Azura Blood Spear Style, Divine Sun Cauldron. Zhuan no longer held back. The moment his mind power surged out, he used the Azura Blood Spear Style and the Divine Sun Cauldron. The sea of blood and the sun's fire intersected and rushed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man was shocked. He spat out his palm, and countless ghostly phantoms appeared behind him. These phantoms extended countless tentacles and rushed toward the Azura Blood Spear Style and the sun's fire, blocking them for a moment. Late-stage Heavenly Venerate warriors are really terrifying. Looking at the black-robed man who blocked the Azura Blood Spear Style and the sun's fire again, Zhuan's gaze became somewhat serious. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black pupils had turned dark gold. Dragon Soul Realization. Zhuan mumbled softly. Cold dragon scales covered his entire body, and he instantly transformed into a dragon man. Hideous bone spikes grew out of his elbows, back, knees, and all over his body. He looked terrifying and powerful. A supreme, surging aura burst out. At this moment, Zhuan's aura in his Dragon Man form was much stronger than before. Is this a dragon's soul? Why is it so strange? At this moment, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree finally arrived where the black-robed man was at the early stage Heavenly Venerate. However, Their attention was also attracted by Zhuowen, who had transformed into a dragon man. In particular, the dragon's soul aura on Zhuowen's body made them frown slightly. They had seen dragon soul warriors before. Moreover, warriors who used dragon soul realization were much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, dragon soul realization was usually a giant dragon. However, Zhuowen's dragon soul realization made Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree extremely surprised. It seemed that Zhuowen's dragon soul was attached to the surface of this child. It looked extremely strange, but they naturally recognized the dragon's soul aura on his body. Dragon Strangle. Zhuowen, who had transformed into a dragon man, stepped into the void. He was like a fighting machine with sharp weapons all over his body. The black-robed man finally showed a cautious expression. Zhuowen's dragon soul realization gave him a terrifying feeling, so he had to be cautious. Thousand Palm Imprint. The black-robed man roared and pushed out his palms. Black light as deep as the abyss. Palm imprints filled the sky and covered the entire myriad beast bridge like dark clouds, covering the sky and the sun. Zhuowen's attack came as expected. His hands turned into huge dragon claws, and then his entire body spun rapidly in the air like a spinning top being whipped. Then, Zhuowen, who was spinning at high speed, suddenly fell down. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand Palm Imprints attack was terrifying and intense. Layers of palm imprints surged up and turned into a sea of palm imprints, sealing Zhuowen in all directions. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His entire body was like a whirlwind, and there were weapons all over his body. He blasted out palm imprints one after another, especially the bone spurs all over his body. With the surge of power, they blocked all the palm imprints that were close to his body. Chapter 993. The Last Black-Robed Man Destroyed. Zhuowen's gaze was incomparably cold. With a twist of his waist, a terrifying power poured out, forming an extremely terrifying hurricane on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, the thousands of palm prints in the surroundings were completely destroyed by the destructive power. Zhuowen, who had turned into a dragon man, arrived in front of the black-robed man in an instant. He raised his right knee, and a powerful force swept out, creating countless hurricanes. The black-robed man's eyes darkened. He waved his right palm, and dark energy surged out, forming a black energy barrier. Bang! His knee swept out, and the sharp bone spike slammed into the black energy barrier. Immediately, the black energy barrier shook violently, and the black-robed man took a step back. Break! 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 Zhuowen was like a hurricane. His limbs were like the wind, constantly bombarding the black energy barrier. Whether it was the bone spike on his elbow or the bone spike on his knee, all of them were aimed at the black energy barrier. The terrifying energy around Zhuowen, in his dragon man form, turned into a terrifying whirlwind. It was as if these whirlwinds were dancing with Zhuowen at the center. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the black energy barrier began to tremble violently. Then a crisp cracking sound resounded. Terrifying cracks appeared on the barrier's surface. Bang! In the end, the black energy barrier completely shattered under the shocked gaze of the black-robed person. Zhuowen's right fist, which was covered in dragon scales, had already arrived and heavily smashed into the black-robed person's chest. Thud! 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 The black-robed man took dozens of steps back, and his body began to fade. Clearly, the black-robed man had been completely defeated this time. Congratulations, you've passed my trial. The black-robed man nodded at Zhuowen and finally disappeared. In the place of the 15th black-robed man on the stone bridge, an advanced heavenly venerate black-robed man reappeared. Zhuowen passed the 15th black-robed man and arrived in front of the 16th black-robed man. His sharp eyes stared at the last venerate, who was also the strongest black-robed man on the Bridge of Beasts. He was a peak heavenly venerate martialist. The last black-robed man's gaze landed on Zhuowen. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The young man before him was only at the late stage, Supreme Being stage. Yet, he was able to stand in front of him. This lad was truly terrifying. Zhuan, now, I want you to leave the Myriad Beast Bridge immediately. Otherwise, your end will be miserable beyond your imagination. When Zhuan arrived in front of the peak, heavenly venerable black-robed man, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom's eyelids twitched. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. The scene of this kid defeating the late-stage, heavenly venerable black-robed man was still vivid in their minds. The two of them finally felt a sense of threat from Zhuan. They could not allow Zhuan to pass the last black-robed man. Otherwise, the first place among the freshmen would become a foregone conclusion. If they could kick Zhuan out of the Bridge of Beasts now, the two of them would still have a chance to take first place. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Zhuan stood calmly in front of the peak, heavenly venerable black-robed man. He naturally heard Yuan Zhao shout behind him, but he ignored it. Instead, he stared at the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man was very strong. A peak, heavenly venerable black-robed man was not easy to deal with. Although the black-robed men on the Bridge of Beasts were generally weaker than ordinary martialists of the same level, they could not use spiritual treasures or other means. They could only rely on their own realm and skills to attack. Therefore, the black-robed men were much easier to deal with than ordinary martialists of the same level. However, the black-robed man in front of them was still a peak, heavenly venerable. Even if he did not use spiritual treasures or other means, he was still not someone an ordinary supreme being could resist. After all, the gap between a peak, heavenly venerable and a late-stage supreme being was too great. It was like a chasm that was unreachable. Looks like I have to go all out, Zhuan muttered in a low voice. The aura on his body began to rise. Inky black energy gushed out from the countless dragon scales, forming a huge black dragon phantom behind him. The black dragon phantom's pupils were dark gold. It looked cold and ruthless, cruel and overbearing. Charge! Zhuan roared. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying force spread throughout the Bridge of Beasts. Then, the Bridge of Beasts trembled violently. Zhuan shot forward like a cannonball, instantly arriving in front of the black-robed man. His elbows, knees, and head were like sharp weapons, constantly attacking the black-robed man. The attack was extremely terrifying. It was like a torrential storm. It was continuous and incessant. Zhuan had used this torrential attack to pressure the 15th black-robed man until he was flustered and caught off guard. In the end, he was killed by Zhuan. However, the strength of this 16th black-robed person was far stronger than the previous one. His gaze was indifferent as he slowly extended both of his hands, casually blocking Zhuan's storm-like attacks. Everything seemed to be done in a very casual manner. Your strength is not bad, but it is far from enough to defeat me. Don't waste your energy. You can choose to leave the Bridge of Beasts now. Your result will not be bad this time, the black-robed man said indifferently. Zhuan shook his head. He had to ensure that he was 100% sure that he would be first among the new students. To achieve this goal, he had to defeat the last black-robed man, this little bastard. Looking at Zhuan's actions, Yuan Zhao's eyes darkened. He slammed out a palm and destroyed the middle-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man. Soon, he arrived in front of the late-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man. As for Pom Pom, his speed was not weak either. He was a sword cultivator and had mastered powerful sword force. His sword slashed out with monstrous power. Even the early-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man was killed by his sword. However, Pom Pom's cultivation was weaker than Yuan Zhao's, so his speed was slower. When Yuan Zhao arrived in front of the late-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man, Pom Pom had just arrived in front of the middle-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man. The late-stage Heavenly Master Black-Robed Man was not weak. Even Yuan Zhao had to take him seriously. Soon, a terrifying battle broke out between the two. The shockwaves from the battle were extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, many figures rushed out of the caves in front of the Myriad Beast Bridge. Among them were the Alcade Holy Dynasty's second Prince Yuan Kong and third Prince Yuan Sheng, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown Prince Yun Zhongyang, and Blue Smoke. Even the geniuses from the other two holy dynasties and sects had arrived at the same time. It was worth noting that Mo Ling Tian was also among them. It seemed that Mo Ling Tian's strength was not simple. He was able to arrive at the Myriad Beast Bridge so quickly. Looking at the remaining figures, Yin Zhongyang's eyes darkened. He did not expect to come out with a group of golden exalts. It was a little humiliating for him. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of battle filled the air. Then, Yin Zhongyang and the others noticed the earth-shattering battle taking place on the Myriad Beast Bridge. It really is Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. These two are the fastest. They're actually already challenging the Thousand Beast Bridge. Yin Zhongyang quickly noticed the battle on the Thousand Beast Bridge and muttered to himself with a dark look in his eyes. The rest of the crowd's attention was also attracted by the battle on the Thousand Beast Bridge. They did not react much when they saw Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. After all, they were well aware of how powerful Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom were. In fact, many people secretly guessed that the title of Newcomer King would fall into the hands of either Yuan Zhao or Pom Pom. As for Yin Zhongyang, he was faintly ignored by everyone. After all, Yin Zhongyang's strength was the weakest among the three heavenly masters. Moreover, he was arrogant and unruly, offending many people. Wait, why are there 3 people on the Myriad Beast Bridge? Who's the other one? Soon, someone noticed the last person. The last person was standing at the end of the Myriad Beast Bridge and was fighting the last black-robed man. Yuan Zhao was only one black-robed man away from this person. It could be said that they were extremely close. As soon as this person spoke, everyone's gaze shifted to the front. Sure enough, they saw the figure fighting the black-robed man. However, the strange thing was that this figure was wrapped in dragon power. It looked neither human nor ghost. No one could recognize what this thing was. Zhuowen, stop right now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. An angry roar was heard. Everyone realized that the owner of the roar was Yuan Zhao. At this moment, Yuan Zhao was fighting with a late-stage heavenly master warrior. His gaze would occasionally land on the dragon man in front of him. It's Zhuowen. How did Zhuowen become like this? Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Judging from the situation of the 3 people, it seemed that Zhuowen was ahead of Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. In other words, if Zhuowen could really beat Yuan Zhao to the 16th black-robed man, the first place of the new students might change hands. Whoosh! There was a piercing sound. Before anyone could react, Yin Zhongyang had already turned into a shadow and rushed out. He instantly stepped onto the Myriad Beast Bridge. The others also reacted. They knew that now wasn't the time to discuss this. They had to race against time and cross the Myriad Beast Bridge first. In an instant, more than a dozen people turned into shadows and stepped onto the Myriad Beast Bridge. The originally quiet Myriad Beast Bridge gradually became lively. Whoosh! Zhuowen groaned and took a few steps back. He stared at the black-robed man in front of him with a gloomy look. The black-robed man, at the peak of the heavenly master level, was very powerful. He gave Zhuowen a feeling that he couldn't resist. Break it! Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Then, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Yuan Zhao had actually destroyed the 15th black-robed man with a single palm. At this moment, he was rushing over. Little bastard, you dare to compete with me for first place? Then die. As soon as Yuan Zhao arrived, his right palm suddenly blasted out. Terrifying origin energy poured out and turned into a huge origin energy palm. It crushed down heavily on Zhuowen. Chapter 994. Yuan Zhao and the Palm, Dragon Strangulation. Zhuowen let out a low roar. With a twist of his waist and a stomp of his leg, his entire body shot out like a cannonball, transforming into a terrifying hurricane. The black dragon behind him was unwilling to be outdone as it surged towards Yuan Zhao's Yuan Power Palm that was crushing down. Bang! The energy whirlwind formed by the dragon grind instantly collided with the Yuan Power Palm. Subsequently, the whirlwind was completely suppressed, while Zhuowen's spinning body also came to a halt as he involuntarily staggered backwards. Do you really believe that you can match up against me at the late sovereign stage? Wishful thinking. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of the Thousand Beast Bridge. Yuan Zhao stood on top of the Yuan power palm and looked down at Zhuo, who was at the end of the bridge. His eyes were filled with indifference. You want me to get out of the Thousand Beast Bridge? I don't think you have the qualifications to do so. Zhuowen's eyes were exceedingly calm. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out from his back. However, the 3 pairs of lightning wings were infected by an ink-black energy, transforming into 3 pairs of dragon wings that were several feet long. At the same time, Zhuowen's aura also became much more terrifying than before. Oh, you don't know the difference between life and death. Looks like you're really courting death. Yuan Zhao's eyes narrowed as his foot ferociously stomped down. The Yuan power palm beneath his feet emitted a rumbling sound as it descended from the sky like a giant mountain, heading straight for Zhuo Wen's head in an attempt to completely envelop him. Dragon Scale Guard. Zhuo growled. His hands transformed into dragon claws as he ferociously slammed them towards the ground. Instantly, the giant black dragon shadow hovering behind him coiled around Zhuo, completely surrounding him as if it was protecting him. Boom! The Yuan power palm slammed down, heavily smashing against the coiling dragon that was protecting Zhuo. An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded out. The black dragon's eyes were filled with an unyielding look as it actually blocked the terrifying Yuan power palm in the sky. Thud! At the same time, Zhuo stomped his foot and 3 pairs of dragon wings unfurled. His speed soared to the extreme. However, he did not fly towards Yuan Zhao. Instead, he flew towards the 16th Black-Robed Man. As long as he could defeat the last Venerable, Zhuo would undoubtedly become the first among the new students. The Black-Robed Man did not intervene in the battle between Zhuo and Yuan Zhao. He only stood silently at the end of the bridge. If anyone wanted to cross the bridge, he would intervene. Otherwise, he would not intervene. Get down here, the black-robed person said in an indifferent voice. A claw extended from the empty space and suddenly grabbed down. Immediately, Zhuo, who was relying on the speed of his dragon wings to go around the black-robed person, was held back by an invisible force. Whoosh! Zhuo's figure appeared in the sky above the black-robed man. However, at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. It seemed that the black-robed man would not let him pass so easily. I think you should give up. You are not strong enough, the black-robed man said in an indifferent voice. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuo flew backwards. Unknowingly, Yuan Zhao had appeared behind Zhuo. He spat out a palm and was about to attack Zhuo. However, Zhuo was already prepared. He folded his dragon wings and enveloped his entire body, turning into an oval-shaped black egg. Bang! Yuan Zhao's palm landed on the dragon wings. Zhuo fell from mid-air and landed heavily on the stone bridge, creating a deep pit that was several feet wide. You want to pass the last venerable master with your strength? What a fool's dream. Since you don't want to get lost immediately, then you can die, Yuan Zhao said in an indifferent voice. He took a step in the air and charged forward in a strange manner. Ropes of gang qi were released from his body and filled the sky. They were like dragons and snakes that wrapped around Zhuo. Zhuo's expression changed slightly. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot backwards, leaving his original spot. However, that rope-like aura was like a maggot in one's bones as it shot out and actually tightly wrapped around Zhuo. What a strange gang qi. Zhuo's eyes narrowed slightly. Yuan Zhao was indeed powerful. Just this move alone was enough to make Zhuo somewhat exhausted. Whoosh! The dragon wings opened again, and Zhuo turned into a black shadow. In an instant, it was as if there were thousands of Zhuo's on the Thousand Beast Bridge. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Your speed is not bad. However, so what if you are fast? Under my inescapable net, even if your speed is unparalleled, you will not be able to escape. Yuan Zhao's indifferent voice rang out again. His right hand formed a palm and pressed down. Instantly, countless thread-like gang qi covered the entire Thousand Beast Bridge. No matter how fast Zhuo was, he could not seal the entire bridge. It was still in Yuan Zhao's palm. Under the thread-like gang qi, Zhuo's speed slowed down significantly. It was as if he had stopped moving. What a strange gangchi. It is like threads that have wrapped around my body and even hinder my movements. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and roared. A sea of blood gushed out and swept away the surrounding threads of gangchi like sharp blades. It's too late. A loud roar rang out. Then, Yuan Zhao appeared in front of Zhuowen. He threw out his right palm, and purple lightning flashed. Lightning the palm. Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. The dragon claw, formed by his right hand, slammed upwards. The two palms collided, and countless gusts of wind blew. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. The moment he came into contact with Yuan Zhao's palm, a terrifying amount of scorching energy came from his palm. Boom! Suddenly, the purple lightning energy exploded. Zhuowen's right hand was crushed by this terrifying purple lightning energy. Dragon blood splattered on the Thousand Beast Bridge. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen retreated dozens of steps. His right arm was trembling. At this moment, his dragon claw was almost crushed by the purple lightning energy. His dragon scales were flipped, and he looked extremely ferocious. At this moment, Yuan Zhao's long hair danced in the wind. Purple lightning surrounded his body. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "An ant is an ant. Even if you have extraordinary combat strength, you are just a slightly stronger ant in my eyes." Zhuowen's eyes were dark. At the same time, he activated the vitality of the blood-soul tree core in his heart. Instantly, a huge amount of vitality energy spread throughout his body. The crushed dragon claw on his right hand was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. Yuan Zhao also noticed Zhuowen's rapidly recovering dragon claw, and a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Zhuowen's recovery ability to be so powerful. His claw, which had been shattered by the purple lightning energy, had recovered in the blink of an eye. However, so what if your recovery ability is strong? Under my attacks, how many times can you withstand? As Yuan Zhao spoke, he stomped his foot. Purple lightning filled the air and formed a purple lightning armor on his body. He looked indescribably majestic. "Kill!" Yuan Zhao shouted and dashed towards Zhuowen again. Purple lightning flashed and drew a beautiful purple light in the sky above the Thousand Beasts Bridge. In an instant, he was in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. He had the vitality of the blood-soul tree's core. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could recover in a short time. Although it wasn't as abnormal as the undying armor soul, the effect wouldn't be too bad. Before the vitality of the blood-soul tree core was used up, it would be difficult to kill Zhuowen. "Kill!" Zhuowen roared and dashed out. With the help of the bone spurs on his body, he attacked Yuan Zhao continuously like a war machine. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them instantly clashed. The energy in the air dissipated, and there were signs of space collapsing. It had to be said that Yuan Zhao's purple lightning was very terrifying. Every strike was able to shatter Zhuowen's body. However, Zhuowen's recovery ability was very strong. Relying on the vitality in his core, he was able to recover in time every time his body was shattered by the purple lightning. Yuan Zhao's brows furrowed even tighter. Zhuowen's recovery ability was a little beyond his expectations. The power of the purple lightning was terrifying enough. Zhuowen's body would recover in time every time it injured him. Why is Zhuowen's recovery ability so strong? Yuan Zhao slowly retreated and looked at Zhuowen cautiously. Zhuowen also retreated more than 10 steps. At this moment, his body was covered in wounds. However, with the vitality of the heart core, they were gradually healing. Soon, he looked as good as new. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sword light flashed. Then, Palm Tree came to Yuan Zhao's side with a long sword on his back. His eyes were filled with sharp sword light. "Brother Yuan Zhao, you've been up here for so long, and you still haven't finished him off?" Palm Tree suddenly mocked. Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "This guy's insignificant. However, he's like a cockroach. His recovery ability is terrifying." If it wasn't for his recovery ability, he would have died thousands of times already. Hearing this, the corners of Pom Pom's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Brother Yuan Zhao, although I can understand that you can't take down Zhuo Wen, isn't it a little far-fetched for you to use such a reason to justify yourself?" Yuan Zhao's eyes turned cold and said, "Since Brother Palm Tree is so confident, why don't you try and see if you can take down Zhuo Wen?" Palm Tree nodded and said, "Since Brother Yuan Zhao said so, I'll take this on." However, Zhuo Wen became colder and colder. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree really thought that he was a persimmon that they could pinch as they wished. Whoosh! Pom Pom rushed over in an instant. His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Zhuo Wen. In an instant, countless sword lights flashed and rushed towards Zhuo Wen like a storm. Zhuo Wen stomped his foot and punched out with his right fist. A terrifying force was unleashed and slammed into the storm of swords. However, to Zhuo Wen's horror, the sword light storm was extremely terrifying. When his right fist hit it, it was as if he hit an indestructible rock wall. Thud, thud, thud. Zhuo Wen took a few steps back. Then, his fist shattered under the power of the sword light storm. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen had a strong life force and was able to heal his injuries in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Wen was like a madman as he threw out punch after punch. Every punch contained an earth-shattering power. His fists tore apart the sword light storm, and in the end, he forcefully shattered it into nothingness. Zhuo Wen's fists had also paid a huge price as they were badly mangled. Chapter 995. 1 against 3-inch Brother Palm Tree. I didn't lie to you, did I? Yuan Zhao came to Palm Tree's side and glanced at Zhuo Wen with a faint smile. Palm Tree nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's eliminate this ant first. I don't want to be the snipe and the clam, and let a brat become the fisherman." Brother Palm Tree, what you said is exactly what I was thinking. Those who are an eyesore should get out of here as soon as possible, Yuan Zhao replied. Let's attack together. We don't have much time now. Let's get this eyesore out of the Myriad Beast Bridge as soon as possible. As Pom Pom spoke, countless sword chi enveloped her body. Sword light flashed in her eyes, making her look like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Yuan Zhao let out a long laugh. His body was also covered in purple lightning as he stared at Zhuo Wen wantonly. Zhuo Wen slowly raised his head, and his eyes were cold. The dragon scales on his body slowly faded away, and his originally dark golden eyes gradually turned blood red, containing a bloodthirsty light. A terrifying, murderous, demonic aura slowly flowed out of Zhuo Wen's body. Blood chi filled the air and almost enveloped Zhuo Wen's entire body, causing Zhuo Wen's figure to become a little blurry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more and more people gathered in the cave in front of the Myriad Beast Bridge. In an instant, there were hundreds of people. After everyone understood the rules of the Myriad Beast Bridge, they desperately climbed up the bridge and began to challenge the black-robed men, hoping to enter the top 500. Of course, everyone also noticed that at the end of the bridge, Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Zhuo Wen were facing off against each other. It's Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. They seem to be teaming up against one person. Everyone quickly noticed that Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree seemed to be teaming up. Then, everyone's gaze landed on the figure in front of Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree. This figure was enveloped in blood chi. Through the gaps in the bloody mist, everyone caught a glimpse of the figure's face. Soon after, they were stunned. This figure's face wasn't unfamiliar to them. Wasn't it the supreme being genius, Zhuo Wen? It's that Zhuo Wen. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom are planning to join forces to deal with that Zhuo Wen? If that's the case, then this Zhuo Wen is finished. Even if his battle prowess is monstrous, there's no way he'll be a match for Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Everyone who saw this scene looked at Zhuo Wen with a trace of pity in their eyes. They really didn't know what Zhuo Wen had done to provoke Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom to attack him together. Brother Yuan Zhao, Brother Palm Tree, the two of you seem to have forgotten about me. How could I miss out on this little bastard? A sinister voice sounded. Then, Yin Zhongyang, dressed in a blue robe, had arrived at the end of the bridge and landed beside Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Brother Yun, Looks like you're not slow either. You actually broke through the top 15 black-robed people so quickly. However, I have to tell you that it won't be that easy for you to compete with us for the first place among the new students this time. Yuan Zhao glanced at Yin Zhongyang indifferently and said somewhat casually. Although Yin Zhongyang's cultivation was the same as Pom-Pom's, he was also an early-stage heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, he wasn't an offensive-oriented sword cultivator like Pom-Pom, so he didn't know that Yuan Zhao was afraid of him. Yin Zhongyang's expression froze, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "Brother Yuan Zhao, don't worry. It's really difficult for me to compete with you with my strength. However, I don't want to let this kid go." At this point, Yin Zhongyang's sinister gaze landed on Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was already showing signs of being possessed. Amidst the lingering blood qi, Zhuowen's hair was beginning to be dyed with a layer of blood. Wasn't this the demonic youth who had chopped off Yin Zhongyang's arm in the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave? It really is you. Today, I'll take revenge for what happened back then. Yin Zhongyang looked down at Zhuowen, who was shrouded in blood qi. His voice contained a trace of resentment. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "Back in the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave, you fled in panic like a stray dog. Now, you want to use your master's power to bully me?" Pom-Pom and Yuan Zhao glanced at Zhuowen and Yin Zhongyang in surprise. It seemed that the two of them already had a grudge against each other. When they thought of Zhuowen's words and the fact that Yin Zhongyang had rushed out of the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave with a severed arm, it was obvious that what Yin Zhongyang had said about the Blood Soul Tree's encounter was false. His severed arm probably had something to do with Zhuowen. If Yin Zhongyang's severed arm had really been chopped off by Zhuowen, then this kid really wasn't ordinary. Although Yin Zhongyang wasn't as strong as the two of them, the difference wasn't too great. His strength was far superior to that of an ordinary early-stage, heavenly venerable martialist. Yet his arm had been chopped off by Zhuowen. Yuan Zhao and Pom-Pom couldn't help but take another look at Zhuowen. Yin Zhongyang's expression darkened when he saw Zhuowen speak so bluntly. He sneered, "You can only flaunt your sharp tongue during this period. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn later." Zhuowen's participation in this matter had completely stirred up the crowd below the Thousand Beast Bridge. Now that the three monstrous heavenly venerables had finally gathered together, it seemed like they were preparing to get rid of Zhuowen at the end of the bridge. When they thought of this possibility, everyone looked at Zhuowen with even more pity. Of all the people he could have provoked, he just had to provoke the three monstrous heavenly venerables. Wasn't he courting death? Big Brother Zhuo. The three of them are so despicable. It's fine if their cultivation is higher than Big Brother Zhuo's, but now the three of them are actually planning to join forces to get rid of Big Brother Zhuo. How despicable. Jianan and Gatha had already arrived at the end of the Thousand Beast Bridge. When they saw the scene at the end of the bridge, they clenched their fists and their eyes were filled with anger. Mo Lingtian had also arrived at the Supreme Being area at this moment. Naturally, he also saw the scene at the end of the bridge and frowned slightly. Clearly, he wasn't happy about the three monstrous heavenly venerables joining forces. Grand Lily followed behind Jianan and Gatha. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but land on Zhuowen. For some reason, when she found out that this unfamiliar youth was also called Zhuowen, her heart became very complicated. She kept thinking of Zhuowen's figure in her mind. However, the Zhuowen in front of her was too different from the Zhuowen of the Qing Xian Empire. Whether it was his temperament or appearance, they were completely different. The two of them were just people with the same name. Of course, if Grand Lily knew that this Zhuowen was really that Zhuowen, her heart would probably be even more flustered. Attack! On the end of the bridge, Yuan Zhao suddenly shouted. The purple lightning around his body became even more vigorous. His entire body was bathed in the purple lightning as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. Purple lightning fall. Pom-Pom was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was enveloped in a terrifying sword radiance. Sword shadows transformed around him, sharp and powerful. In the end, they transformed into a huge sword that was dozens of feet long. Sword shadows transform into sword. Lastly, Yin Zhongyang stomped his foot and Yuan power surged out. It transformed into a terrifying ocean around him. On the surface of the ocean, layers of monstrous waves surged. On top of the monstrous waves, a terrifyingly huge blue whale surged out. Blue whale dived. In an instant, the three monstrous holy masters unleashed their powerful attacks at the same time. They swept towards Zhuowen, who was on the end of the bridge. The terrifying purple lightning, the huge sword that was surrounded by sword shadows, and the huge blue whale that was swimming in the ocean surged toward Zhuowen's head. They wanted to drown Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen is finished. The three monstrous holy masters are really joining forces to attack him. This is unbelievable. The entire Thousand Beasts bridge fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the three terrifying attacks that were like the might of the heavens. Their eyes were filled with awe. The power that the three attacks revealed was too terrifying. It made them want to prostrate themselves in admiration. Jianan and Gatha's faces turned pale. They could clearly feel how terrifying the three attacks were. Although Zhuowen had always been very powerful, the three monstrous holy masters were all extraordinary. The attacks that they unleashed were too terrifying. Boom! Finally, the three attacks landed at the end of the bridge. The young man that looked like a pine tree quietly stood at the end of the bridge. He raised his head slightly and stared at the three attacks that were like the might of the heavens. His eyes were filled with calmness. Demonization. First level of demonization. A faint voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. Soon after, the blood aura around him rose like steam. Zhuowen's eyes turned completely blood red. His black hair was dyed red. The aura of the demon of slaughter soared into the sky, forming a terrifying blood pillar. If you want to fight, I'll fight. Zhuowen roared. Demonic intent surged from his body. Even the entire Thousand Beasts bridge trembled slightly under this demonic intent. It was as if it was about to yield to this powerful demonic intent. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen instantly shot out. Blood aura revolved around his hand, turning into a 3-foot-long blood spear. Zhuowen's blood spear slashed out horizontally. Countless blood shadows surged out and rushed towards the three terrifying attacks. Bang! 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 The blood shadows wreaked havoc, almost covering the entire sky above the Thousand Beasts bridge. Terrifying blood clouds bloomed above Zhuowen, as if welcoming their demon king. Finally, the three attacks arrived in an instant and collided heavily with the blood shadows. Then a terrifying force spread out. The entire Thousand Beasts bridge trembled once again. The other warriors on the bridge prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. This force was too terrifying. A strong sense of reverence and respect rose in their hearts. Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yin Zhongyang looked at Zhuowen with their brows furrowed. Yin Zhongyang was slightly better. After all, he had already seen the power of Zhuowen's demon of slaughter back in the Empyrean Iron Man cave. However, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree were shocked. They didn't expect Zhuowen to have such a terrifying demonic power. The word demonic cultivator also popped up in their minds. Demonic cultivators were called demonic cultivators. Ordinary demonic cultivators willingly joined the demonic path in pursuit of greater power. This method of cultivation was very terrifying. If they weren't careful, they would become a mindless demon and lose themselves. Chapter 996. Breaking into the end of the bridge, he's actually a demonic cultivator. He's definitely a lunatic. Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes. Any demonic cultivator had a resolute heart and an extreme insanity in their bones. As the saying goes, how can a demonic cultivator become a demonic cultivator if he isn't crazy? Break! 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 Zhuowen roared furiously as his blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Demonic chi filled the sky as a blood spear continuously slashed out. Under the shroud of his blood aura, it formed a terrifying attack. Explosions rang out, following which, everyone on the Thousand Beasts bridge was shocked to discover that under Zhuowen's frenzied slashes, the three terrifying attacks had actually stopped in midair. Some sharper cultivators even discovered that the three attacks that had stopped in midair were faintly showing signs of collapsing. Emosha, Zhuowen waved his right hand. Instantly, the blood spear in his hand split into 10 blood spears, following which the 10 blood spears flew out one after another, bombarding the surface of the three attacks one after another. The momentum was like a rainbow, each spear more terrifying than the last. Crack! Crisp cracking sounds rang out, following which everyone was shocked to discover that cracks had finally appeared on the three attacks. Furthermore, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. In the end, the 10 blood spears pierced through the three attacks, causing them to completely collapse. It's broken? The entire Thousand Beast Bridge fell into a strange silence. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the three attacks that had been broken. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. These three attacks were the joint attacks of three monstrous Empyrean geniuses. If it were any other monstrous Empyrean geniuses who could break through these three attacks, the crowd wouldn't be too surprised. However, the one who broke through these three attacks was merely a supreme being. Zhuowen had undoubtedly created a miracle. Not only did he not fall under the joint attack of the three monstrous heavenly sovereigns, but he had also broken through their attacks. This fellow, Yuan Zhao, and Yun Zhongyang took a few steps back as they stared in shock at the blood-red-haired, red-eyed youth that had soared into the sky. Don't hold back. Let's kill him together. Yuan Zhao was the first to regain his senses. With a cold snort, countless bolts of purple lightning gathered in his right hand and turned into a large spear that was surrounded by purple lightning. The purple lightning spear's aura was very powerful and wasn't any weaker than Zhuowen's divine sun cauldron. Obviously, it was also a superior royal spiritual treasure. Palm Master and Yun Zhongyang both nodded and took out their royal tier spirit treasures. With their talent and background, they naturally had royal tier spirit treasures. Yun Zhongyang still had the Neptune's halberd, while Palm Master had the longsword on her back. Kill! The three of them looked at each other and stepped out into the air, heading towards Zhuowen. They held their respective powerful spiritual treasures and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen held the blood-red spear in his hand, and the bloodthirst in his eyes intensified. As he swung the blood-red spear, a terrifying demonic intent bloomed. Bang! 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 In an instant, the three heavenly sovereigns and Zhuowen engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying battle intent soared into the sky, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Zhuowen swung his blood spear, but was suppressed by the three heavenly sovereigns. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying, it was a pity that the three heavenly sovereigns each used their full strength to fight against Zhuowen. Even Zhuowen was suppressed. Boom! Suddenly, Yuan Zhao circled behind Zhuowen and thrust the purple Thunder Great Spear in his right hand at Zhuowen's back. He wanted to pierce through Zhuowen's entire body. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's blood-red eyes focused, and he flicked the blood spear behind his back, knocking away Yuan Zhao's purple Great Spear. Do you really think I didn't hold back? Yuan Zhao sneered. His right palm struck out and landed on Zhuowen's back. Terrifying origin energy invaded Zhuowen's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Palm Master and Yun Zhongyang took the opportunity to flank Zhuowen from both sides. Palm Master swung her sword, and countless sword flowers bloomed, piercing through Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang, on the other hand, looked even more ferocious. He swung his Neptune's halberd, aiming for Zhuowen's head. He wanted to kill Zhuowen with one blow. Palm Master's attack wasn't a sure kill, but Yun Zhongyang had a sinister intention. He wanted to kill Zhuowen once and for all. After reaching that line of thought, the chilliness in Zhuowen's eyes grew. Stamping his foot, an even more terrifying demonic energy surged out. Next, Zhuowen's blood-colored hair grew madly, reaching his waist. Second stage, bedevilment. Monstrous demonic aura surged into the sky. Zhuowen's blood-red eyes became even more profound. Rolling blood-red clouds descended from the sky and surrounded Zhuowen's body. Then, the palm-shaped sword flower landed on the blood-red clouds, as if it had fallen into a swamp and froze in midair. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out. Palm Master and Yuan Zhao were caught off guard and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Zhuowen's devil chi had become much stronger. Yin Zhongyang's Neptune's halberd arrived just as expected. After stabbing into the blood-red clouds, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that there was a strange suction force within the blood-red clouds that actually stopped his Neptune's halberd. This guy, Yin Zhongyang, frowned. He wanted to pull out the sea god's halberd, but the suction force in the blood clouds was too strong. He couldn't pull out at all. "Since you want to kill me, I won't hold back." A cold voice sounded. Yin Zhongyang raised his head and saw Zhuowen's strange blood eyes staring at him. Yin Zhongyang felt as if there was a knife on his back. "I have to leave." Yin Zhongyang's heart pounded. He realized that Zhuowen was much stronger than when he was in the Empyrean Iron Man cave. He was so strong that even Yin Zhongyang was afraid. Thinking of this, Yin Zhongyang didn't care about the sea god's halberd anymore. He let go of his right hand and stomped his foot, planning to retreat immediately. "You want to leave now?" "It's too late." Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen stretched out his left hand and grabbed Yin Zhongyang's right arm. Then, the blood spear turned into a bloody light and swept through Yin Zhongyang's right arm, bringing with it a stream of blood. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. Yin Zhongyang howled in pain. His face was as pale as snow as he retreated. Zhuowen had cut off his arm again. Damn it, this guy had cut off his arm again. "You still want to leave? Do you think you can leave?" Zhuowen didn't hesitate to put the sea god's halberd into his spirit ring. Then he stomped his foot. Carrying endless demonic might, he instantly appeared in front of Yin Zhongyang and stomped his foot on Yin Zhongyang's chest. Poochie! Yin Zhongyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood boiled as Zhuowen stomped on him. Then, Zhuowen waved his blood spear again, cutting off Yin Zhongyang's remaining arm. "Zhuowen, how dare you cut off my arms? The Blue Whale Dynasty won't let you go. You're dead." Yin Zhongyang roared. He was filled with hatred. Last time, Zhuowen had cut off his arm in the Empyrean Iron Man cave and trampled on him. After all, it was only him and Zhuowen at that time. But now, he had joined forces with Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Moreover, in front of everyone, Zhuowen had cut off his arms and trampled on him. Yin Zhongyang had completely lost face. "Pom Pom, Yuan Zhao, what are you waiting for? Come over and take this little bastard away. I'm willing to pay any price if the two of you help me kill this little bastard." Yin Zhongyang suddenly roared at Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom looked at each other as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Then, with a stomp of their feet, they flew towards Zhuowen from two different directions. At this moment, Zhuowen was the biggest threat to them. They had no choice but to get rid of this guy first. "This trash is for the two of you." Looking at Pom Pom and Yuan Zhao, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. These two weren't people he could compare to. One was an early-stage Empyrean sword cultivator, while the other was a middle-stage Empyrean sword cultivator. The two of them together were extremely difficult to deal with. What Zhuowen wanted now was to cross the Myriad Beast Bridge first. As for these two, he could deal with them later. Thinking of this, Zhuowen raised his leg and kicked Yin Zhongyang. Blood spurted out of the latter's body, and his blood boiled. Like a human bomb, he flew towards Pom Pom and Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom's eyes flickered. In the end, they decided to stop Yin Zhongyang. After all, Yin Zhongyang was the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince. If he was killed in front of them, the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's people would definitely go crazy. They might even go to the forces behind them to make trouble. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly rushed towards the 16th Black-Robed Man, bringing with him surging demonic might to crush him. Not good. Stop this guy. After stopping Yin Zhongyang, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom noticed Zhuowen's actions. Their expressions changed drastically as they rushed towards Zhuowen, hoping to stop Zhuowen. "You won't make it in time." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. Subsequently, he threw a palm forward, and a powerful demonic aura bloomed. The 16th black-robed man was barely able to endure for a while before he directly collapsed. Zhuowen directly disappeared from the sight of the other two along the bridge. At the second stage of bedevilment, Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying. Although the last black-robed man's cultivation had reached the peak heavenly venerable realm, due to many restrictions, his strength was much weaker than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. There was no way he could stop the second stage of bedevilment Zhuowen. When Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom arrived at the end of the bridge, a new black-robed man had appeared. He stood in front of them, his eyes cold and merciless. "Damn it, get out of my way." Yuan Zhao's eyes were filled with rage as he swung the purple lightning spear in his hand. Instantly, the surroundings turned into a world of purple lightning. Even Pom Deva, who was beside him, was forced to take a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with shock. The black-robed man was not to be outdone. He struck out with his palm, creating countless palm prints. However, under the power of the purple lightning world, these palm prints were as fragile as paper. Dying. The thousands of palm prints were forced back. Yuan Zhao's purple lightning spear pierced through the black-robed man's body. Then, the black-robed man was annihilated. Yuan Zhao disappeared from the end of the bridge and chased after Zhuowen. He could not let that brat Zhuowen become the #1 freshman. Otherwise, he would lose face. Chapter 997. Sea of Magma. The moment Yuan Zhao left, the entire Myriad Beast Bridge fell into a strange silence. In this silent environment, Yin Zhongyang's heart-wrenching screams continued to ring out. At this moment, Yin Zhongyang's arms were broken and he was barely able to sit cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with hatred. Hissing sounds could be heard from his mouth from time to time. On the Myriad Beast Bridge, after confirming that the scene at the end of the bridge wasn't an illusion, the crowd finally boiled over. Not only was Zhuowen not killed by the encirclement of 3 monstrous heavenly venerables, but he had also broken Yin Zhongyang's arms and successfully broken out of the encirclement. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. When everyone finally believed this fact, there was only one thought in their minds. Was that young man called Zhuowen even human? He was much more monstrous than the 3 monstrous heavenly venerables. Big Brother Zhuowen is amazing. Jianan and Gatha were also excited. Clearly, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts that Zhuowen had broken free. No wonder even the dean invited Zhuowen to the outer court. "This guy is too monstrous," muttered Mo Lingtian in a low voice, unable to calm down. "Brother Yun, since we're not fated to be first place, let's just leave the Myriad Beast Bridge." Palm Tree suddenly stood up and smiled at Yin Zhongyang. Yin Zhongyang's eyes flickered. Even Palm Tree didn't plan on fighting for first place, let alone him. "Let's go." Yin Zhongyang suppressed his injuries and said coldly. Palm Tree nodded and stared at the last black-robed man. "Send the 2 of us out of the grotto." The black-robed man nodded and waved his sleeve. Palm Tree and Yin Zhongyang were immediately wrapped in a ball of black light and disappeared from the end of the Myriad Beast Bridge. After Palm Tree and Yin Zhongyang left, many cultivators who arrived at the Myriad Beast Bridge also left one after another. After all, they weren't Zhuowen and the 3 monstrous heavenly venerables who could reach the area where the black-robed heavenly venerables were. The Myriad Beast Bridge only allowed the first 500 people to enter, so most of the cultivators who came later were rejected outside the bridge and directly sent out of the Myriad Beast Grotto. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the end of the Myriad Beast Bridge led to a deep tunnel. This tunnel was like the body of a python, twisting and turning. It looked extremely strange. Rows of torches were placed on both sides of the tunnel, illuminating the dark tunnel with incomparable brightness. 2 figures flashed through the passageway in an instant. One of them was fleeing while the other was chasing. Their speed was extremely fast. The one in front was a young man with blood-red hair that reached his waist. Behind him was a young man with a purple lightning spear. His entire body was filled with strange purple lightning. The 2 of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly shuttled through the passageway, maintaining a distance of 100 meters between them. This Yuan Zhao is really persistent. He's actually still following behind me. Sensing the powerful aura behind him, Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he coldly muttered. Now Zhuan did not want to clash with Yuan Zhao. What he needed to do now was to obtain the first-ranked jade plate. He had heard from the black-robed man on the stone bridge that the first-ranked jade plate was at the other end of the bridge. The other rankings were determined by the black-robed man, so there was no need to compete. Zhuan, weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you running away like a stray dog now? Yuan Zhao's voice came from behind, but Zhuan did not care at all. At this moment, Zhuan's attention was all on the surrounding environment. At the same time, his mind power surged out, wanting to investigate the surroundings of the tunnel. Xiaohei, did you find anything? Zhuan suddenly transmitted his voice. Continue forward. This tunnel is very deep, and I suspect that this tunnel could lead directly to the outside of the grotto. Moreover, this tunnel should be specially designed for those geniuses who have the ability to cross the Myriad Beast Bridge. Xiaohei replied. Hearing this, Zhuan stomped his foot and instantly increased his speed. Yuan Zhao was like a fly behind Zhuan, which annoyed Zhuan immensely. There's an ancient hall up ahead. Kid, perhaps the jade token is in that hall. Xiaohei suddenly said. A glint flashed across Zhuan's eyes when he heard this. He stomped his foot, and his speed increased a little. Around 20 breaths later, Zhuan finally walked out of the tunnel and arrived at the ancient hall that Xiaohei had mentioned. The hall that appeared in front of Zhuan was not very big. The surface was covered with cracks like a spider web, and an ancient and vicissitude aura spread out. In the center of the ancient hall, there was a 10 feet tall stone table. Above the stone table floated a sparkling and translucent jade tablet. In the center of the jade tablet, there was an indescribable rune drawn on it. Zhuan could feel that the rune drawn on the jade tablet was different. As for why it was different, Zhuan couldn't say. It should be this jade token. Zhuan muttered softly. He extended his right hand and took the jade token in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A strange sound rang out, causing Zhuan to squint his eyes. This was because he realized that the demonic symbol inscribed on his right cheek was actually throbbing. However, this throbbing did not last for long and instantly calmed down. This jade token actually caused the demonic symbol on my cheek to move. What exactly is this thing? Zhuan whispered in surprise. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind Zhuan. Soon after, Yuan Zhao had finally arrived at the center of the hall. As soon as Yuan Zhao entered, his gaze immediately focused on the jade token in Zhuan's hand. He said coldly, Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Zhuan calmly glanced at Yuan Zhao. Soon after, he very naturally placed the jade token into his spirit ring. This action caused Yuan Zhao's gaze to darken. You're courting death, Yuan Zhao roared. He lifted the purple thunder spear in his hand and stepped into the air. Instantly, he shot towards Zhuan. Countless bolts of purple lightning surged out and enveloped Zhuan's entire body. Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He stepped into the air and swung his blood spear. Countless blood shadows surged out and collided with the purple lightning. Instantly, the two of them exploded. Yuan Zhao and Zhuan both took dozens of steps back. This Yuan Zhao is even stronger than before. Looks like he didn't use his full strength when he surrounded me earlier. Zhuan stepped on the ground and looked at Yuan Zhao in front of him with a chilling gaze. Yuan Zhao also stopped more than 10 meters away and stared at Zhuan, who had a head full of blood hair. After entering the second level of the bedevilment state, Zhuan's battle strength was much more terrifying than an ordinary heavenly sovereign. Even Yuan Zhao was starting to be wary of this kid. The jade token belongs to me. You don't have the right to have it. Yuan Zhao roared angrily and formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, violent bolts of purple lightning surged out of his spear and condensed into a gigantic purple thunder qilin above him. Qilin lightning. As soon as the purple thunder qilin condensed, its 4 thick hooves began to stomp on the air. It quickly swept towards Zhuan, wanting to completely drown Zhuan. Zhuan's gaze was solemn. The fire rune on the back of his right hand shone with a terrifying light. Then, terrifying magma gushed out from the back of his hand. More and more magma gushed out and finally formed a boundless sea of magma above Zhuan. This sea of magma was something that Zhuan had absorbed from the world of magma. Now it finally came in handy. What a terrifying magma! Yuan Zhao's eyes narrowed. He could also feel the terror of the sea of magma that suddenly appeared above Zhuan. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The temperature of the sea of magma was too terrifying. The surface of the ancient hall was covered in rubble. Moreover, the gravity in the sea of magma was extremely terrifying. It was dozens of times stronger than the outside world. Even Yuan Zhao felt a strong pressure on his body, causing his movements to be somewhat sluggish. Roar! The purple thunder Qilin rushed over. However, due to the terrifying gravity, it lost its balance and almost fell into the sea of magma. Fortunately, Yuan Zhao used his mind to control the purple thunder Qilin. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. It's useless. Magma sea, roll over for me. Zhuan sneered and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the sea of magma began to surge with terrifying waves of magma. At the same time, countless magma fire pythons opened their cold triangular eyes and rushed towards the purple thunder Qilin. In an instant, they surrounded the purple thunder Qilin. Oh, the purple thunder Qilin let out a sorrowful cry. It tried to break free from the fire pythons and waves, but to no avail. Annihilation. Zhuan spat out these two words. The sea of magma surged, and the huge purple thunder Qilin was instantly swallowed by the waves of magma. Yuan Zhao's face turned pale. He had not expected Zhuan to have such a terrifying move. The sea of magma was too terrifying. It was like the might of the heavens, causing his heart to tremble. It's your turn now. Turning his head slightly, Zhuan's cold gaze landed on Yuan Zhao. The latter's hair stood on end. With the sea of magma, it was impossible for him to get any closer to Zhuan. Let's go, Yuan Zhao said decisively. He knew that with the sea of magma, Zhuan's victory was already decided. He was afraid that he would not be able to compete with Zhuan. The best thing to do now was to leave. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Zhuan said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the sea of magma in the sky suddenly swept towards Yuan Zhao, wanting to bury him. Yuan Zhao's face changed drastically. He quickly rushed towards the other exit of the ancient hall. The sea of magma was too terrifying. It was not Zhuan's power, but the power of nature. Whoosh! Yuan Zhao dived into the tunnel that represented the exit. The sea of magma chased after him and swallowed the tunnel in an instant. Zhuan followed behind the sea of magma leisurely. Yuan Zhao's fate was already decided. He was not worried at all. At the top of the 10,000 Beast Grotto, pillars of light shot up into the sky. Then, silhouettes walked out one after another. These silhouettes were all cultivators that were sent out from the 10,000 Beast Grotto. Most of them were eliminated. After all, only 500 cultivators had entered the 10,000 Beast Grotto. The remaining 6,000 plus cultivators did not have the qualifications to advance. Chapter 998. Number 10 after the Dean arranged for the 6,000 eliminated cultivators to stand outside the valley. His gaze landed on the giant beast head in front of the stage. He knew that the main event would be the remaining 500 people. These 500 people were the key geniuses this time, and they were the elites among the elites that could enter the outer court. Not only the Dean, but the four old men standing behind him, Hu Jia, Cheng Dong, Qi Ji, and the dozen Emperor Realm experts all had their gazes focused on the beast head. They were also looking forward to the remaining 500 spots. Of course, compared to the 500 spots, what they were looking forward to the most was who would take first place this time. Haha, Cheng Dong, prepare your 9-twist treasure pill. This time, the title of Newcomer King will belong to Yuan Zhao. Qi Ji suddenly stared at Cheng Dong with provocation as he teased. Cheng Dong's gaze was a little gloomy as he indifferently said, "The results aren't out yet, so why are you so anxious? Although Yuan Zhao is strong, he might not be able to take first place this time. Continue to be stubborn. In any case, I've already reserved your 9-twist treasure pill. That thing will be mine sooner or later. The corner of Chi-Ji's mouth rose as he chuckled. Chung Dong no longer paid attention to Chi-Ji as he nervously stared at the exit of the Thousand Beast Grotto. In fact, he also had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Zhuowen could create a miracle. However, reason told him that the miracle he was hoping for was just an illusory fantasy. Zhuowen was only at the late stage of the Sovereign Realm, while the Heavenly Sovereign Realm was at the middle stage of the Sovereign Realm. The difference between their realms was too great, so it was a little difficult for Zhuowen to compete with Yuan Zhao. Not to mention Yuan Zhao, the other two monstrous Empyrean geniuses, Pom Pom and Yun Zhongyang, were probably enough to make Zhuowen suffer. Thus, Chung Dong did not have much hope in his heart. Whoosh! Numerous sonic booms resounded. Soon after, numerous figures appeared at the Beast Head exit of the Thousand Beast Grotto. When these figures arrived at the exit, they narrowed their eyes. Only after adapting to the strong light outside did they finally see the Dean and the others on the platform in front of them. Ha! Congratulations to all of you for successfully entering the top 500. You are now students of the Outer Court. Welcome to the Outer Court of Fine God Institute. On the platform, the Dean said gently to the few figures that had appeared with a smile on his face. Before these cultivators could react, they were stunned when they heard the Dean's words. Soon after, they revealed looks of ecstasy as they hurriedly cupped their hands and said respectfully, "Thank you, Dean." The Dean nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he instructed the few people to wait patiently at the side of the station. The strength of these warriors was not very high. They were basically around the Xuanzuan realm. They should be at the bottom of the top 500. The people on the stage just glanced at them and no longer paid attention to them. Whether it was Chi-Ji and the other martial emperors, they only had to pay attention to the 3 heavenly venerate monsters and the remaining golden venerate monsters. The rest of the cultivators really couldn't catch their attention. It seems that our Alcade Sacred Dynasty will get 3 spots in the top 10 freshmen this time. Haha, of course, the first place will also belong to our Alcade Sacred Dynasty. Supreme Jin suddenly burst into laughter. His voice was filled with insolence. Supreme Jin's insolence immediately caused the other martial emperors around him to frown. However, no one said anything. Supreme Jin was the strongest among the martial emperors. His cultivation had reached the 3rd-level martial emperor realm, and he was considered a peak low-level martial emperor. Moreover, he was backed by the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, which had the deepest foundation among the 4 sacred dynasties. Not many people dared to criticize Supreme Jin to his face. Moreover, the Alcade Sacred Dynasty was indeed full of talents. Not only did they have a terrifying monster like Yuan Zhao, but the second prince, Yuan Kong, and the third prince, Yuan Sheng, were also extremely talented. The 3 of them had a great chance of entering the top 10 freshmen this time. Supreme Jin, you're wrong. The first place of the freshmen isn't determined by who is the strongest. After all, it also depends on the comprehensive evaluation of talent and potential. Don't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer a painful fall, Supreme Lan said sarcastically. Supreme Jin's eyes were cold as he stared at Supreme Lan and said, "Supreme Lan, do you still think that your Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty's Yun Zhongyang can compete with Yuan Zhao? At most, he'll be in the top 3. As for the first place, forget it. Among the 3, Pom Pom is stronger than him." Supreme Lan's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "The first place of the freshmen is full of unknowns. You're too full of yourself. I don't know if it's full or not. I only know that Yuan Zhao will definitely be the first place of the freshmen. His strength is obvious to all. Whoever dares to compete with him will be courting death," Supreme Jin said domineeringly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As time passed, more and more cultivators came out of the exit. Among them, the siblings Jianan and Gatha successfully entered the top 500. Even Xian Xing from the Yin Xian Empire was among them. Looking at the cultivators coming out one after another, some of the Emperor Realm experts on the stage were happy while others were sad. Among them, the Yin Emperor was quite happy. He didn't expect Xian Xing to enter the top 500. Although Mo Lingtian and Zhuowen hadn't come out yet, he believed that with Mo Lingtian and Zhuowen's talents, it wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the top 500. Moreover, their ranking wouldn't be too low. As for the Qing Emperor, his mood wasn't as good as the Yin Emperor's. This was because their Qing Xian Empire only had Grand Lily left. If Grand Lily didn't enter the top 500, then their Qing Xian Empire's geniuses wouldn't be able to enter the Jiaxin Institute. In fact, their Qing Xian Empire originally had many geniuses. The first prince, Huangfu Wudao, Grand Lily, and Zhuowen had a high chance of entering the outer courtyard. Unfortunately, Huangfu Wudao had been killed by Zhuowen. If he was still alive, Huangfu Wudao's cultivation would probably have reached the supremacy realm. After all, Grand Lily's cultivation had reached the late stage of the mystique venerable realm. Huangfu Wudao's talent was much more terrifying than Grand Lily's. In addition, the Qing Emperor focused on nurturing him. Huangfu Wudao's progress would only be more terrifying. Thinking of Zhuowen, the Qing Emperor's gaze became extremely gloomy. It was because of this insignificant ant that the Qing Emperor had suffered a great loss last time. That little bastard escaped pretty quickly the last time. However, now that he has entered the spatial crack, he is still dead for sure, the Azure Emperor muttered softly. When he thought of Zhuo Wen's fate, his expression became slightly better. Whoosh! Another figure flew out from the exit. It was a beautiful figure with a graceful figure and a delicate face. The Qing Emperor looked at the beautiful figure, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This lady was Grand Lily. Under the dean's instructions, Grand Lily also came to the other side of the open space and silently waited for the other geniuses. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were also looking at the other cultivators on the open space as if she was searching for a certain figure. Still not out yet? After searching for a while, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes became slightly gloomy when she did not find the figure she was looking for. She could not help but pay attention to the young man who had the same name as Zhuowen. The terrifying battle that had happened at the end of the Thousand Beast Bridge was still vivid in her mind. Zhuowen had fought against the three monstrous heavenly venerables. Not only had he broken through the encirclement, but he had also cut off both of Yun Zhongyang's arms. What made Grand Lily frown even more was that the young man called Zhuowen had used various techniques that were extremely similar to Zhuowen from the Qing Xian Empire. His bedevilment power was too similar. They had the same name and were both experts in spear techniques. Even their techniques were extremely similar. All these made Grand Lily associate Zhuowen from the Qing Xian Empire with Zhuowen. It was precisely because of the random thoughts in her mind that Grand Lily's heart was in a mess. She even began to suspect that Zhuowen was the same Zhuowen from the Qing Xian Empire. There are only 11 people left. It should be time for the top 10 to come out, the dean suddenly said calmly. Everyone in the station stared at the exit with flickering eyes. They did not care about the other rankings, but they were extremely excited to see the top 10. Whoosh! 2 more air-piercing sounds rang out. Then, they saw Yuan Sheng from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and Mo Lingtian from the Yin Xian Empire appear at the exit at the same time. Yuan Sheng's expression was a little ugly. He glared fiercely at Mo Lingtian as if he was going to eat him alive. Mo Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. He ignored Yuan Sheng's unfriendly gaze and slowly walked out of the exit. "Huh, Yuan Sheng, did you get the top 10 jade tokens?" Supreme Jean spoke before the dean could speak. At this moment, Supreme Jean stared at Yuan Sheng with a burning gaze. He completely ignored Mo Lingtian, who was next to him. Mo Lingtian was only at the peak of the refined state. Supreme Jean did not care about him at all. He could not possibly win against Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng's expression froze. He then said in a low, muffled voice, "Uncle, Yuan Sheng is untalented and has only managed to get the 11th jade token." As he spoke, Yuan Sheng flashed the jade token in his hand. The word 11 was carved on it. The smile on Supreme Jin's face faded as he nodded. "That's not bad. It's good that you've managed to get the 11th position." The dean did not reprimand Supreme Jin for his interruption. Instead, He turned to Yuansheng and said, "You should meet up with the rest over there." Yuansheng nodded. He then glared fiercely at Mo Lingtian once again before he headed to an empty space on the side. "You have the 10th jade token with you, don't you?" The dean smiled gently at Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian nodded and produced a jade token from his hand. The word 10 was written on the jade token. "Congratulations, you managed to get into the top 10. You now have the right to ascend the platform." The dean's smile grew even more radiant as he spoke to Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian was taken aback. However, he did not reject the dean's invitation and ascended the platform, enjoying the gazes of the other cultivators in the empty space. The first new disciple to enter the top 10 had finally emerged. However, the person who had appeared had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He was only a cultivator at the peak of the refined state. Furthermore, this person was not a genius from the 4 great sacred empires or the 3 great sects. Yuansheng's expression was ugly. He was extremely displeased with the fact that Mo Lingtian had ascended the platform while he could only stand in the empty space with the other cultivators. Back then, he had fought with Mo Lingtian for the 10th jade token at the 10,000 Beast Bridge. Unfortunately, Mo Lingtian's battle prowess was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, his purple net flame was abnormally terrifying. In the end, Yuansheng had suffered a hidden loss at the hands of Mo Lingtian. His jade token had been snatched away by Mo Lingtian. Hence, the moment he stepped out, his gaze towards Mo Lingtian was extremely unfriendly. Chapter 999. Number 1 Yin Di smiled excitedly. Although he knew that Mo Lingtian's ranking wouldn't be low, he didn't expect him to be so hard-working and get 10th place. This was really a pleasant surprise. Who said the Yaowang Holy Dynasty would get 3 spots in the top 10? Emperor Lan sneered. Hearing this, Supreme Jin's eyes turned extremely gloomy, and he replied indifferently. "Supreme Jin, you've said enough today. You can shut your mouth now. This was merely an accident. Anyway, Yuan Zhao will definitely take first place among the new students this time." Supreme Emperor Lan's face stiffened slightly as he glanced at Supreme Emperor Jin with some fear. He did not say another word. Supreme Emperor Jin was stronger than him, as he was a 3rd-level martial emperor. If he angered this guy, he would not have a good ending. Now that Yuansheng was ranked 11th, he had already ruthlessly humiliated Supreme Jin. Supreme Lan knew when to stop, so he did not say anything else. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 3 figures flew out from the exit. Looking at the 3 figures, the Emperor Realm experts from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty, the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty, and the Yellow Mystery Sect heaved a sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on their solemn faces. They were the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty's Fenji, the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty's Yuan Tong, and the Yellow Mystic Sect's Huangxian. Yuan Tong ranked 9th, Fenji ranked 8th, and the Yellow Mystic Sect's Huang Xian ranked 7th. Under countless envious gazes, the 3 of them also ascended the stage and enjoyed the gazes of the other geniuses. This was a privilege and glory that only belonged to the top 10 new students. After the 3 of them stepped onto the platform, they first looked at Mo Lingtian strangely, then looked at Yuansheng, who was standing in the open space below. Their faces revealed a trace of contemplation. Yuansheng didn't make it into the top 10. Instead, it was an unfamiliar cultivator at the peak of the Supreme Being realm that obtained the 10th place. This naturally surprised the 3 of them. Yuansheng felt his cheeks burning. To think that he, who was at the middle stage of the Golden Venerate realm, could not win against an unknown peak Supreme Being. It could be said that this was a huge slap to his face. The 4 geniuses on the stage naturally didn't know what Yuansheng was thinking. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care too much. Since Yuansheng had no chance to enter the top 10 freshmen, there was a certain gap between them and him. No one would care too much about the weak. Now, 4 out of the top 10 freshmen had already been occupied. There were only 6 left. Therefore, the anticipation in the eyes of the people standing on the stage became even more intense. Many people even began to discuss who would be the first among the freshmen this time. The top 3 positions of this year's freshmen should be divided between the 3 Empyrean monsters, That might not be the case. Have all of you forgotten that Exalted Realm Jr. called Zhuan? This is a ruthless person who defeated both Yuansheng and Sky Origin. This child might also enter the top 3. What do you know? Sky Origin is only at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. There's a big gap between him and the early stage of the Empyrean realm. If Yin Zhongyang makes a move, he can also crush Sky Origin. It's unlikely that Zhuan will be able to compete with the 3 Empyrean monsters. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 figures flew out. Everyone's eyes focused on them. A blue-robed youth with a warm smile on his face and a golden-robed youth with sharp eyes flew out of the exit at the same time and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's blue smoke from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Sky Origin from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. I wonder what kind of jade tokens they obtained. Some people in the crowd immediately recognized the 2 figures and whispered among themselves, "Show us your jade tokens." The dean smiled faintly. Lan Yin and Sky Origin nodded, and both of them took out their respective jade plates. The jade plate in Lan Yin's hand had the number 6 lit up, while the jade plate in Sky Origin's hand had the number 5. Clearly, Lan Yin was ranked 6th, and Sky Origin was ranked 5th. After showing their jade tokens, the 2 silently walked up the platform. Supreme Jin, who was originally gloomy, looked slightly better when he saw Sky Origin obtain the 5th jade token. Not long after Blue Smoke and Sky Origin came out, another beautiful figure appeared at the exit. This beautiful figure was dressed in light muslin, and her voluptuous figure was faintly discernible. Her entire person was like the bright moonlight in the night sky. The Emperor Realm expert of the Cold Moon Palace looked at this beautiful figure with a bright smile on his face. Needless to say, this beautiful figure was the genius of the Cold Moon Palace, Shi Quebec. However, Shike was ranked 4th. This result was beyond the expectations of many people. Shike from the Cold Moon Palace had always kept a low profile. Although he was a genius from the Cold Moon Palace, one of the 3 major sects, he was not as arrogant as the other geniuses. This caused many people to have no impression of Shi Quebec. However, now that she was ranked 4th among the new students, everyone began to pay attention to this quiet girl. Your Cold Moon Palace is really low-key. Shike has been hiding her strength all this time, right? She only revealed her trump card in the last round and obtained the 4th ranking, right? Supreme Jin frowned slightly and said to the Emperor Realm expert of the Cold Moon Palace, "Supreme Jin, you're too polite. Shike has indeed hidden her strength before. However, compared to the eldest prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, Yuan Zhao, she is still too weak," the Emperor Realm expert of the Cold Moon Palace said politely. When Supreme Jin heard this, he nodded and a pleased expression appeared on his face. Since the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty had Yuan Zhao, the first ranking among the new disciples would definitely fall on Yuan Zhao. Only the top 3 are left. If I'm not wrong, the top 3 should be Yuan Zhao, Palm Deity, and Yin Zhongyang. The first place will definitely be Yuan Zhao. As for the 2nd and 3rd place, it will be decided between Palm Deity and Yin Zhongyang. As soon as Supreme Jin's voice fell, another 2 figures flew out from the beast head. The moment these 2 figures appeared in front of everyone, the entire station fell silent. The 2 people who had appeared were naturally Palm Deity from the Myriad Sword Sect and Yin Zhongyang from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. As for why everyone suddenly fell silent, it was because the 2 people who had appeared were not in good condition. Palm Deity was in a better condition. Although he was a little battered and travel-worn, there was nothing special about him. However, Yin Zhongyang's condition attracted everyone's attention. This was because Yin Zhongyang's arms were empty. His arms had been cut off by someone. He looked extremely strange and miserable. At this moment, Yin Zhongyang also noticed the many gazes that were directed at him from around the station. His face immediately turned extremely gloomy. He had already expected the different reactions from the people after he had appeared. However, when he personally saw the strange gazes directed at him, Yin Zhongyang still felt humiliated. His anger towards Zhuowen had reached its peak. Yin Zhongyang's arms were cut off? Who did this? Many people were puzzled. Supreme Jin was stunned at first. Then his eyes flashed with rage. He took a step forward and came to Yun Zhongyang's side. He placed his right hand on Yun Zhongyang's back, and a surge of origin energy rushed into Yun Zhongyang's body. Then, he took out many precious spiritual herbs from his spiritual ring. His origin energy turned into an origin energy fire and boiled the spiritual herbs into a medicinal liquid. Then, he spread it all over Yun Zhongyang's arms. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. Yun Zhongyang let out a painful roar. Then, new arms began to slowly grow out from his severed arms. "Thank you, Supreme Jin." Yun Zhongyang cupped his hands and thanked Supreme Jin gratefully. From the way Yun Zhongyang addressed Supreme Jin, it was obvious that Supreme Jin was a general of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. If a general had the strength of an emperor, it seemed that the strength of these holy dynasties was unfathomable. Supreme Jin waved his hand. Then he asked with a sinister look, "Crown Prince, who was so vicious to cut off your arms? Was it Yuan Zhao of the Alcade Holy Dynasty?" Before Yun Zhongyang could speak, Supreme Jin had already walked over and said indifferently, "Supreme Jin, are you not convinced? Yun Zhongyang was not strong enough. He deserved to have his arms cut off by Yuan Zhao." Obviously, Supreme Jin also believed that Yuan Zhao had cut off Yun Zhongyang's arms. Instead, he was proud of it. After all, Yun Zhongyang was also a heavenly venerable, but Yuan Zhao had cut off his arms. Unknowingly, Yuan Zhao's strength was far greater than Yun Zhongyang's. Yuan Zhao didn't cut off Yun Zhongyang's arms. They were Zhuowen's doing. Palm Master suddenly spoke calmly. Then, she took out the second jade token and stepped onto the platform. Since Palm Master was ranked second, Yun Zhongyang was naturally ranked third. Therefore, there was only one spot left for first place. Zhuowen cut off his arms? Who's Zhuowen? Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan were stunned at first. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They really didn't know who Zhuowen was. It's the young man who broke through the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave as a supreme being. Yun Zhongyang said viciously and stepped onto the platform. Having his arms cut off was not something to be proud of. If he had lost his arms while being surrounded by 3 heavenly venerable evildoers, Zhuowen, it would be a disgrace. Yun Zhongyang couldn't open his mouth and could only say something ambiguous. "Oh, it's that guy." Supreme Lan and Supreme Jin looked at each other and remembered the young man who had rushed out from the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave. If a supreme being ant can injure you to this extent, it seems that the Blue Whale Holy Court's Crown Prince is nothing more than that. Supreme Jin's eyes flickered as he spoke coldly. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were cold and gloomy as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? The only spot left should be decided between Zhuowen and Yuan Zhao, because only the 2 of them have managed to break through the 10,000 Beast Bridge and reach the other side. Do you really think that Zhuowen is an ordinary supreme being?" Supreme Jin scoffed icily. The supreme being stage is still the supreme being stage. There's a huge gap between the supreme being stage and the heavenly venerable stage. Do you really think that Zhuowen is a match for Yuan Zhao? Yun Zhongyang did not say anything else. He knew that Supreme Jin would not believe his words. After all, Zhuowen's battle power was indeed shocking. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it either. "Oh, 2 people have made it to the other side of the 10,000 Beast Bridge this time? It seems that one of the 2 geniuses will be eliminated in the end. After all, there's only one jade token on the other side of the 10,000 Beast Bridge, and that jade token represents the champion of this year's new batch," the dean said in astonishment. Everyone else nodded. It seems that one of the 2 remaining geniuses, Zhuowen and Yuan Zhao, will be eliminated in the end. However, no one knows who will be eliminated and who will be the champion and receive the supreme honor. Whoosh! Just as everyone was speculating, a figure suddenly shot out from the beast's head, attracting everyone's attention. When they saw the figure, everyone was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on their faces. Supreme Jin's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. This was because the figure that had rushed out was none other than Yuan Zhao. It seems that Yuan Zhao will be the champion of this year's new batch. The crowd muttered to themselves. Chapter 1000. The true number 1 when Yuan Zhao finally appeared from the Beast's Head exit. Everyone on the platform knew that there was no doubt about who would become the number 1 new student. When Zhuan and Yuan Zhao crossed the Thousand Beast Bridge one after another, everyone had already guessed that the number 1 new student would definitely be decided between Zhuan and Yuan Zhao. Now, Yuan Zhao was the first to appear from the Beast's Head exit, while Zhuan was nowhere to be seen. This was enough to prove that the number 1 Jade token was definitely obtained by Yuan Zhao, and that Zhuan should have met with misfortune in the fight with Yuan Zhao. It was even possible that he might have directly died. What a pity! Back then, Zhuan's performance in the second round was so eye-catching that even the dean personally invited him to enter the outer court. This kind of treatment is not something that anyone can obtain. Unfortunately, that Zhuan thought highly of himself and rejected the dean's invitation, choosing to continue with the test. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? If that Zhuan's cultivation was higher, he would not be afraid of Yuan Zhao at all. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too low, so it is understandable that he was defeated by Yuan Zhao in the fight for the number 1 Jade token. An uproar and discussions began to spread in the open space. Many people began to feel pity for Zhuan, but there were also many who took pleasure in his misfortune. With Big Brother taking action, that little bastard still wants to live? He still wants to compete with my Big Brother for number 1. He is simply courting death. Yuan Shang revealed a cold smile as he muttered. The 2 siblings, Jia Nan and Gatha, were deathly pale, while Mo Lingtian's brows were slightly furrowed. Clearly, this kind of result was somewhat unacceptable to them. Chengdong, you have to accept your loss. This time, Yuan Zhao is the new student king. Shouldn't you hand over your 9-twist treasure recovery pill to me? Qi Ji laughed complacently and unceremoniously spread his hands towards Chengdong. Chengdong's expression was somewhat ugly as he coldly said, "Let's talk about it after Yuan Zhao takes out the number 1 Jade token. Why are you in such a hurry?" Chengdong, you aren't still hoping that one can create a miracle, are you? I think you should stop daydreaming. Only one person can obtain the first Jade token. Now that Yuan Zhao has come out, but that Zhuan hasn't. Needless to say, that Zhuan should be dead in the grotto. Qi Ji crossed his arms and continued. However, I'm in a good mood now. Since you insist on waiting, I'll wait with you. When the time comes, don't try to deny it. Qi Ji sneered, his gaze once again focused on Yuan Zhao, who was still in the air. Once Yuan Zhao landed, he should be able to take out the number 1 Jade token. At that time, everything would be easy to deal with. Supreme Jin's smile grew even more radiant as he stood on the platform like a blooming chrysanthemum. Even though he felt that it was a pity that Yuan Sheng had not managed to enter the top 10, Yuan Kong had managed to clinch 5th place while Yuan Zhao had clinched 1st place. This result was still very impressive. Boom! Boom! Just as everyone's attention was on Yuan Zhao, a terrifying vibration came from the exit of the head. The entire Thousand Beast Grotto shook. What's going on? Why is the Thousand Beast Grotto shaking all of a sudden? Sensing the Thousand Beast Grotto's violent tremors, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Some even looked doubtful. Some of the sharper ones immediately saw Yuan Zhao emerge from the exit of the head, and fear filled their faces. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, lava gushed out from the mouth of the beast's head and soared into the sky, forming a terrifying sea above the mouth of the beast's head. At this moment, everyone fell silent as they stared in shock at the terrifying sea of lava. They were very confused. Why was there such a terrifying sea of lava gushing out from the exit of the head? A sea of lava? Why would there be such a terrifying sea of lava at the exit of the head? An uproar immediately broke out. Not good. Yuan Zhao. Supreme Jin was the first to react. This was because he realized that the terrifying sea of lava was rushing towards Yuan Zhao. This sea of lava was far too terrifying. Most heavenly venerables would find it difficult to withstand this terrifying sea of lava. Swoosh! With that, Supreme Gene stomped his foot and golden light gushed out from his entire body. He turned into a golden ray of light and shot towards Yuan Zhao, who was above the sea of lava. Boom! Boom! The endless sea of lava instantly churned with thousands of gigantic waves, forming a wall of lava that was 10,000 feet tall, blocking Supreme Gene outside. Get lost! Supreme Gene roared angrily as 9 dazzling golden stars surged out from his body in an attempt to blast the wall of lava in front of him apart. Boom! Boom! Supreme Gene was indeed powerful, and he was much more powerful than Supreme Emperor Qing. As the 9 golden stars shot out, even 100,000 feet tall wall of lava crumbled inch by inch under the might of the 9 golden stars. Unfortunately, the sea of lava was too large. Even though Supreme Gene had blasted the wall of lava in front of him apart, more and more lava continued to gush out, forming a terrifying wall of lava that seemed endless. No! Save me! Yuan Zhao's voice suddenly rang out from the center of the sea of lava. It was then followed by a blood-curdling scream before his voice came to an abrupt end. Yuan Zhao's figure had been completely submerged by the sea of lava at that moment. Supreme Jin's expression changed greatly as he unleashed a barrage of punches. Unfortunately, no matter how terrifying his power was, he could not break through the outer layer of the magma sea's defenses. At this moment, everyone on the platform was in shock. They had watched with their own eyes as Yuan Zhao was swallowed by the sea of lava from the moment he appeared. The entire process was bizarre and confusing. They had not expected this to happen at all. Yuan Zhao had appeared in front of everyone as they had expected. However, for some reason, such a terrifying sea of lava had appeared at the exit and swallowed Yuan Zhao whole. This scene was far too dramatic and dramatic. The dean slowly rose to his feet. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying Yuan power formed a powerful light barrier around the platform, blocking off the incoming power of the lava. The dean's display of power was much more powerful than Supreme Jin's. It was no wonder that even Supreme Gene did not dare to act impudently in front of the dean. It turns out that the dean's power far surpassed Supreme Gene and the others. The sea of lava wreaked havoc in the sky above the exit for almost an hour before it finally stopped. Supreme Gene then retreated with a gloomy look in his eyes. The sea of lava was far too large. Even Supreme Gene found it difficult to reach the center of the sea of lava. He could only watch helplessly as Yuan Zhao was swallowed up. Another martial emperor from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty had also arrived in front of Supreme Gene. His expression was equally ugly as he asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Supreme Gene shook his head and turned his gaze towards the dean. "Dean, now, you should give me an explanation. Yuan Zhao was supposed to obtain the #1 Jade token, but why did such a terrifying sea of lava appear at the critical moment? I'm afraid that Yuan Zhao is most likely dead now. You have to give me an explanation." The dean's gaze was calm as he glanced indifferently at Supreme Gene. Then he looked at the exit of the beast's head and smiled faintly. "What? Are you still not coming out? Kid, you've caused such a huge commotion. You should give this old man an explanation." The dean's actions immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Soon after, countless pairs of eyes turned towards the exit of the beast's head. However, the exit had already been flooded by lava, and there was no one left in sight. Could it be that the dean was deliberately mystifying things? Supreme Gene also turned his gaze towards the exit. When he realized that there was nothing but lava at the exit, his gaze turned extremely cold. He was certain that the dean was playing tricks on him. Just as Supreme Gene was about to explode, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the lava at the exit of the beast's head. Chapter 1001. And no one has ever dared to kill a member of my Alcade sacred court in front of me. You're just a mere supreme being, so what kind of despicable method did you use to borrow such a powerful sea of lava to kill the first prince of my Alcade sacred court? Supreme Gene glared daggers at Zhuo Wen as he questioned. What a joke. What despicable method did I use? The sea of lava was my own method. How did it become a despicable method in your mouth? Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. Supreme Jin was obviously trying to push the blame onto him. The people of the Alcade Sacred Court were really shameless. They were trying to find an excuse to push the blame onto Zhuowen, even though they had lost. That's right. My big brother was famous throughout his life. He was extremely talented. How could an ant like you compare to him? You must have used some kind of despicable method to kill my big brother. Yuanxing stepped out from the open space and pointed at Zhuowen as he shouted. At this moment, Yuan Kong also stepped out from the station. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Zhuowen. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Yuan Zhao was drowned by the sea of lava in front of everyone. Why are you saying that I, Zhuowen, used some kind of despicable method? Zhuowen said indifferently. And you, the loser, keep saying that I'm a supreme being ant. Back then, you lost an arm to me. Were you then? Aren't you worse than an ant? At this point, Zhuowen's sharp eyes stared coldly at Yuansheng, who was standing on the open space. The latter involuntarily took a step back with an ugly expression on his face. You're still trying to quibble? I think you're really courting death. Not only did you use despicable methods to snatch Yuan Zhao's first place, you even used some kind of despicable method to kill Yuan Zhao. A despicable and shameless person like you doesn't have the right to enter the Divine Academy. Die. As soon as Supreme Jin finished speaking, a terrifying energy burst forth. Instantly, 9 golden stars descended from the sky and smashed down towards Zhuowen, intending to crush Zhuowen to death. Everyone in the station was stunned. No one had expected Supreme Jin to attack at this moment. In fact, there had been no warning at all. Furthermore, Supreme Jin's attack was extremely terrifying. He had used his full strength. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it was impossible for him to survive this attack. After all, Supreme Jin was a terrifying existence at the Third Heaven Emperor realm. Even a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm would be annihilated in an instant before him. Boom! Boom! However, just as the 9 golden stars were about to reach the sky above Zhuowen, an even more terrifying power exploded. Then, the 9 terrifying golden stars were annihilated at the same time as Supreme Jin was pushed back by this power. Whoosh! A kind-looking old man stood in front of Zhuowen. However, the old man no longer had a gentle smile on his face. Instead, his expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Supreme Jin, Zhuowen is this year's newcomer king of the Outer Yard. You attacked me without even greeting me. What is the meaning of this? The old man was the headmaster. At that moment, the headmaster shouted coldly. Supreme Jin was stunned. Soon after, his expression changed, and he quibbled, Dean, don't be deceived by this fellow's one-sided words. Do I need you to interfere in my affairs? Are you the dean of the outer court, or am I the dean of the outer court? The dean's gaze had turned even colder. Supreme Jin was really pushing his luck. Supreme Jin's expression froze. He then joined his fists and said, Please calm down, Dean. I was too impulsive just now. The dean glanced indifferently at Supreme Jin. He then flicked his sleeves and said, You must remember that this is the splendid Spirit Island and not the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. If you dare to kill Zhuowen or any other student of the Outer Court on the splendid Spirit Island, I will kill you. Not even the Holy Lord of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty will be able to save you. Supreme Jin's heart trembled when he heard these words. The dean was really ruthless. He had actually said such harsh words. It was obvious that he was protecting Zhuowen. If he really dared to touch Zhuowen, the dean would most likely do as he said and kill him. Based on the splendid Spirit Island's background, if the dean really killed him, the Holy Lord of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty would not be able to save him. The rest of the people on the station were also shocked. The dean's words were too ruthless. For the sake of Zhuowen, the dean had even dared to kill Supreme Jin. Who else would dare to touch Zhuowen on the splendid Spirit Island? After saying these words, the dean led Zhuowen up the station. Zhuowen was a little surprised by the dean's attitude. Although his talent was indeed strong, and he had obtained a first place among the new students, Zhuan always felt that the dean's attitude towards him was completely different from the others. At this moment, the other 9 geniuses on the station were looking at Zhuan with extreme fear. They were well aware of how terrifying Yuan Zhao was. Yuan Zhao was a mid-heavenly venerable, and his battle prowess was also far superior to other geniuses. However, he still could not win against Zhuan, who was only at the Supreme Being stage. Brother Zhua, I really did not expect you to be so fierce. You're clearly only at the Supreme Being stage, but your battle prowess is monstrous. Even Yuan Zhao was killed by you. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuan's side and smiled bitterly. Back then, on the deck of the boundless sailboat, Zhuan had fought Yuan Sheng and cut off one of Yuan Sheng's arms. At that time, Mo Lingtian had already thought that he had overestimated Zhuan. However, after the outer court's recruitment test began, Zhuan broke records and norms again and again, causing Mo Lingtian to be shocked again and again. It was only in the end that Mo Lingtian realized that he had not overestimated Zhuan, but had underestimated Zhuan's strength. After this period of contact, Mo Lingtian also realized that he could not see through Zhuan anymore. Zhuan's body seemed to be shrouded in layers of fog. Only when he lifted one layer and thought that he had completely seen through Zhuan's secrets did he realize that there was another layer of fog within this layer. It was as if there was no end to it. Zhuan shrugged and said ambiguously, "Actually, there was a bit of luck involved." Mo Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he did not believe Zhuan's words. However, he was also very smart. He knew that Zhuan did not want to explain too much on this topic, so he did not ask too much. After exchanging a few words with him, he silently waited for the dean's arrangements. This time, the outer court's recruitment test has completely come to an end. This old man is very gratified because the quality of this batch of new students is very good. I believe that you all already have a solid foundation. To be able to enter the outer court, you all did not rely on luck, but on your strength to fight for it. Previously, you all were the top geniuses of your respective factions, and your foundations were very good. However, this old man wants to tell you that your martial path has only just begun. You all are geniuses, but the title of geniuses only applies to your respective regions. But now, you have already entered the Divine Academy, so you are a student of the Academy. Moreover, this old man can clearly tell you that your talent and strength in the entire outer court is actually not very strong. In the outer court, there are many people who are younger than you and stronger than you. Therefore, after entering the outer court, do not be arrogant because of your talent. That will only ruin your talent in vain. When the dean said this, he saw that many of the 500 people had a trace of disapproval in their eyes. He knew that his words did not have much of an effect. However, the dean was not discouraged. There are far more geniuses in the outer court than in the outside world. Once these little fellows truly entered the outer court, they would know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. All right, this old man has said what needs to be said. Now, the top 10 new students will follow this old man. The 7 of you will be responsible for the remaining people. The dean instructed the 4 old men behind him, as well as Cheng Dong, Hu Jia, and Qi Ji. Then he led Zhuan, Yin Zhongyang, Pom Pom, and the rest of the top 10 geniuses out of the place. Looking at the departing figure of Zhuan, Supreme Jin and the other martial emperor looked extremely gloomy. This time, the Alcade Sacred Dynasty had suffered a great loss. Yuan Zhao was the strongest genius of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. It would not be a problem for him to ascend to the martial emperor realm. Moreover, if there were some opportunities, he could directly break through to the middle-level martial emperor realm. Moreover, the Sacred Lord of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty had the intention of passing the throne to Yuan Zhao. He was only waiting for Yuan Zhao to complete his studies in the Divine Academy before ascending to the throne as the new Alcade Sacred Lord. But now, because of that despicable Zhuan, Yuan Zhao had died in front of them. Moreover, his corpse was not even left behind. They would not be able to report back to their superiors. Just as Supreme Jin and Supreme Jin were frowning miserably, a figure suddenly appeared next to them and said a few words to them. Supreme Jin and Supreme Jin, who had been frowning miserably, suddenly became cheerful. Their eyes even flashed with a deep cold light. After the dean led the top 10 new students away, the four old men, Cheng Dong, Qi Ji, and Hu Jia began to arrange the remaining new students behind them. Qi Ji, don't go yet. Our bet from before still stands. Hand over the chips, will you? Cheng Dong suddenly walked in front of Qi Ji and said excitedly. Even Cheng Dong did not expect that Zhuan would really win the title of newcomer king this time. One should know that the kid was only in the supremacy stage and already had such shocking combat strength. If he were to advance to the golden supremacy stage, or even the heavenly supremacy stage, wouldn't his combat strength be even more terrifying? Cheng Dong was certain that if Zhuan's cultivation base were to advance to the heavenly supremacy stage, his combat strength would be comparable to a martial emperor realm powerhouse. To have the strength of a martial emperor before becoming a martial emperor, such a monstrous genius was very rare in their outer court. Perhaps only those monstrous geniuses who were ranked at the top of the heavenly supremacy ranking could achieve such a feat at this moment. Qi Ji's face was green and white. Even he did not expect such an outcome. It should have been a bet that was in the bag, but it ended in such a way that he felt helpless. Not only did the mid-level heavenly supremacy Yuan Zhao not win the title of newcomer king, he even lost his life. Qi Ji really did not expect this. Qi Ji, are you going back on your word? I was also present at that time. You can't go back on your word. Hu Jiao also came over and said with a grin. Qi Ji's expression turned even uglier. He snorted coldly and took out the shield-shaped low-grade royal rank spiritual treasure that he had promised. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.